Hello everyone, welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings 44. Doing it slightly different this time to avoid some of the issues we normally get, so I can do my intro without being disturbed. But yeah, 44. Ramblings number 44. It means I can also get the... once YouTube gets its act together. I can get the... If it'll actually get its act together. There we go. Hey. We get. So I can... And then I can grab this, put this over here, like that. There we go. And then I've got the live chat, so I can read off that and not forget it. Right, let's get the Discord boys in. Hello everyone, welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings, the Discord side of things. I have my live chat on YouTube to one side. I have... I have Cyclic, I have Dragon, I have Foxo. Of course, Dr. Clock will be here at some point because he literally can't not be here because his mother would never forgive him if he wasn't. Like, that's literally what he said to me. He basically has to show up, because otherwise he gets messaged constantly until he does.
Or at least make an appearance, sort of thing.
Yeah,
he
basically.
was trying to record something a little bit earlier, so...
Yeah, I know.
Hope he's getting better with the whole pneumonia thing.
Yeah, I basically had to tell him to calm down and stop worrying. Because he was really worried about Scuttlebutt 4, and I just said, just calm down, stop worrying. Like, people are aware on your channel you have something called Scuttlebutt. Like, if they leave a comment, there is a reasonable assumption and an outside of 0 chance it will appear on Scuttlebutt. Don't worry about what people think. Keep answering and addressing the comments in the same no-nonsense, pull-no-punches manner you currently are. It's what we'd all prefer, to be blunt. And don't worry about what people think.
Yeah.
I basically have to go full...
Because I like his... I love his content, and...
Yeah.
He keeps apologizing.
Yeah, but... I basically had to go full blunt Fleet on him for a moment. Just completely drop any of my usual niceties. For the bluntness that you all know I am somewhat capable of at times.
Somewhat. Sometimes.
Okay, I can be very blunt at a lot of times. Oh, the rack tanks from Sumatra! Very interesting locomotives, actually. Basically, when the Dutch invaded what is now Indonesia, what used to be the Dutch East Indies, the Dutch railway engineers kind of had a party, because they were like, at last, we actually can build things that aren't flat, straight main lines. We can experiment with narrow gauge and rack and pinion and articulated locomotives. We can have all the fancy toys we want.
And then the bookkeeper looked at them and went,
oh no, the book...
And how are you going to pay for this?
Oh no, the bookkeeper basically was bashed over the head with a sledgehammer and the books were stolen.
He didn't have a choice in the matter.
Which led to things like 012O rack tank engines, 2882 meter gauge Malays, and 462 Pacifics that were breaking records for meter gauge traction. Like, it was... aggressively silly, the Dutch meter gauge in Sumatra, but in the best way possible. Yeah, there's the 12-coupled banking tank engine. There it is. No, I am sober Fleet this time. The alcohol was purely for the entire shipshape crew being here and the madness that caused me.
Here's the question: do you want drunk Foxo?
No.
Oh.
No,
Yet.
I'm putting my foot
So
down.
Not.
I'm putting my foot down. I still have some authority here, and I'm putting my foot down.
Do you want to play a game of
No,
racial
Foxo.
slurs to get banned off YouTube?
No, Foxo, stop, please.
I've already started on this one, which I believe, technically speaking, actually Fleet mistitled his last week's ramblings.
Yes, don't worry. I've
Yeah.
yeah, I fixed it.
I only
Oh
noticed it
my
after when I was going
god,
through this
Knight
hotel
has
now.
already got 3 questions. Jesus flipping Christ, it never
What
ends.
do you expect?
And it's the C Knight question, which he apparently reworked because he really wants it answering.
Right.
Because yippee. Okay, Lion, that's very funny. The council demands the head of the bookkeeper. Okay, that's very funny. That's very funny.
Why are those wheels on top of each other? You know.
GT30 go.
Oh, that's
Brr.
that's for the rack and pinion. That's the drive for the rack.
Okay.
That's why there's a wheel on top of there. That's the drive for the rack. You usually only see it in locomotives that have to do both adhesion work and rack work. They'll have a second set of cylinders for the rack work, which are differently geared entirely, with a different stroke. But anyway, so, we'll start with...
Quick question for chat. Do I go with vodka?
No,
Rum?
no, neither.
Oh,
none of
gin.
those things. None of those things.
I've got some nice London gin.
Go with the gin because it's the least strong. Anyway, starting with the regular questions now before I lose my mind. Knight6831 asks, wouldn't the 12 Boeing UH-64B C Knights be bought instead of the latest CH-3s, HH-3s without Vietnam for Texas tower support of eastern seaboard radar facilities and search and rescue as the Kármán HH-43 Husky search and rescue helicopters come up for replacement? Wouldn't more UH-64Bs be bought to replace them? Now that question actually makes sense and can be contemplated. I still have no idea what any of those things are, but if anyone else wants to have a crack at it, please be my guest.
All I know is that this is about the crime of against aviation, that is helicopters.
There's nothing wrong with
Say
helicopters.
that again?
Okay.
So my comment on this is, remember, helicopters are controlled by how they flap their wings. I'm not joking.
And using double rotor helicopters to do support eastern seaboard radar facilities, and it just feels like extra complexity for when you don't need it.
So what I'm going to say here is, it's really hard to know the answer to the question, and I know this sounds like a cop-out.
We're allowed to cop out.
And the reason why I say this is, you're in a period where rotary wing aviation is rapidly becoming more and more important to the U.S. Navy. And they are looking at it for everything from ASW, which it's been used for at this point quite extensively, and search and rescue. They're looking out towards potential mine clearance.
Ooh.
They're looking out towards UNREP, right? They're looking out towards all of these things. Some of these things come later. Some of these rely on the larger helicopters that got bought in Vietnam, but they're talking about them. And they would later go on to do a lot of these things. It's one of the biggest things that the future Sea Stallions would get in the Navy, not Marine Corps service, but in Navy service. It's one of their biggest roles, is dragging or towing, really, a minesweeping sled behind them. Because, funnily enough, if you've got that sled way behind the helicopter and a mine goes off, it's not a problem for the helicopter.
Big water spout, we don't care.
There he is.
Yeah. And they're able to sweep a lot faster.
That's got to be a world record,
with these
Clark.
sleds. But it's hard to say which way the U.S. Navy goes because they're talking about this sort of thing. But there's also going to be, do we need to go that big? Do we not need to go that big? And a draw for a more uniform fleet. But
I don't think it's quite a world record.
and somebody has posted a picture
Oh
of
my
one of the
god,
later
that's adorable. It's taking it for a walk. That's adorable.
Yeah, it is a very complex flight regime for the aircrew, but it is considerably less risky than taking an actual minesweeper into a minefield.
That's got to be pretty stressful for the crew.
Less than you think.
But not as stressful as sling loading and doing some of the other tasks that they have. So
my friend who I talk about quite a few times, who's the now head of naval history, I think, at the U.S. Naval Academy, B.J. Armstrong, who's both a former helicopter pilot and a former and someone who's did a PhD at King's College London. So I'm not quite sure if he uses naval rank or his PhD when talking about him in conjunction with his appointment there. But he's Commander Doctor, but he could soon be Captain Doctor because I think they're promoting him still, even though he's technically retired. For some reason, the U.S. Navy keeps going, no, we're gonna promote you as well. You're useful.
There we go. So
but no,
that's the minesweeping sled.
He flew. Yeah, he did that as well as ASW helicopters. And he used to say, actually, that was in some ways easier than some of the pinging missions he had to do. Because
doing the dip
with
is complicated.
You can, he said, with that, you have things you can keep going. You can get into a rhythm. Whereas with the pinging, you can never get into a rhythm.
The other thing is, if you're flying forwards, you're maintaining lift over the rotors, so you have far more control authority. And you're in a much safer flight regime. Because, I've temporarily, or something happens to your tail rotor, for example. You're going forward, there's going to be a weather vaning effect. And it's easier to build up forward speed if you're already going, so you can maintain control. If you're hovering and something happens to your tail rotor, you are dead.
Good night, that's it.
There's really no way around it at low altitude. You're just dead.
Yep.
You will do the funny spinny thing for a moment before you die, but you will still die. I'm not taking questions from YouTube, by the way. I do take questions from Discord.
The thing that often causes fun, and is the fun thing which I tell students, especially when I'm taking them for their first helicopter flight, whenever I've been lucky enough to do that with them, is I go, just remember, there is a bolt on the rotor which is called the Jesus bolt, and if it goes, you don't stop at the pearly gates, you don't see St. Peter, you come to a rest at the feet of Jesus. Because there is no other way to descend.
Yeah, pretty much.
That usually causes some of them to sober up. But then I have taken them around the maintenance. It's basically go. So guess which is the Jesus bolt? There's a bolt which is literally being soldered in. There is literally being solder passed through holes and filled into it. It is being wire bound. There are like 7 different methods being applied to hold this one bolt in place. And you sit there and go, yeah, I'm still not sure. Is there not an 8th method we could be using?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So, on the topic of helicopters...
Hang on, I'm sorry, I don't. Like, I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna pick Psychic's
I've got
brain.
a question.
And
Yes.
And while I admire that, I do have other questions to get through. And I need to keep moving.
It's about the Russians.
Alright, one question with no expansion.
Okay, really connect. I've been watching some Russian propaganda, as you do.
Oh.
And it's been claimed that the Ka-52 can fly without its tail. Is that an actual thing, or is that just bullshit?
Hang on, before you start laughing, with those kinds of helicopters, you can have your tail shot off. And if you're a good pilot, that's a huge caveat, particularly with them, and you maintain your speed.
And God is on your side and luck, and you have several rabbits' foots and 7-leaf clovers.
Like, it is physically possible, and when I say physically possible, I mean according to the laws of physics as much as they apply to helicopters, for that to happen. However, you really don't want to lose the extra drag, because that's how tail fins and stuff stabilize you, is its drag. You don't want to lose that. But you theoretically, if enough things line up in your favor, you can get it to a low enough speed that if you find a road or a gravel road or something like that, and you get your gear down, that you can basically do a controlled crash landing.
It's basically...
But you've got to get lucky. You're better off just pulling the ejection handle on that, having the rotors blown off, and taking the ride.
In Japan, they have a term for really good surgeons where they call them a god's hand. That's what it basically translates as. And this is what a friend of mine who is a Japanese doctor has told me. So if it turns out to be completely wrong, he's been winding me up. But they call them a god's hand, basically, if they're really... That is the kind of level of piloting skill we're talking about, and luck. So for 99.9% of pilots, pull the ejection handle. For 0.8% of those pilots, you're really not as good as you think you are. Pull the ejection handle. For the remaining 0.02%,
have fun.
You might actually succeed. Yeah.
Right, okay.
If there's a road and something you can land on close enough.
It's alright, lads, it'll auto-rotate out, it's fine, don't worry about it. Right, so, there's a lot of... Oh, yeah, of course there's a lot of memes. I'm in Meme Corner. No wonder I can't see any questions.
There's only been one in Discord so far.
Silly
I've decided I like it when my questions make Clark laugh.
Knight's next question was which question 2 was basically already been answered by Cyclic by basically stating that the USN is basically looking at helicopters for certain roles, and the reason why the Sikorsky CH-3 Sea King was better suited for Texas tower support and search and rescue is, well, basically it's a cold soak helicopter. It's designed for work at sea, and it's just a reliable, large, useful single rotor asset. Basically,
I didn't say that. I didn't really address the radar and tower support thing because that's gonna become less and less of a factor moving forward, and they do that.
Yeah, but I just wanted to wrap it up quickly, so you just you tied into it. But anyway, moving swiftly onwards to an actual question I've been looking forward to since I saw it asked, which is back to Discord, and then I'll get to the other question in a minute, which is AMC Woods asked a very interesting question, which a lot of us here can answer, because a lot of us are Star Wars fans. What if the Wu Zong Vong attacked the Star Wars galaxy during the Clone Wars? On the one hand...
The Republic's dead.
I wouldn't go that far.
It's dead.
It's dead.
It's dead. There's literally not a hope in hell it can win, I'm afraid.
What if the Confederacy and the Republic work together?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That.
So, now some people call this basically just revisionist from the books, saying that the Empire wasn't as bad, blah, 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 but no. Going off the books previously, there's a reason why Palpatine started making super weapons. The fact that the main character, Luke Skywalker himself, says during the Yu Zhong Vong invasion that he wish he had a number of the Emperor's super weapons right now says something. The Republic, if you think about it, the Republic fleet, the largest ship is the Mandator 2 Pride of the Corps. You got 2 of those.
And it can't really jump anywhere.
It's incredibly limited. It's got far standard firepower for a ship of its size, to be honest. It's impressive for the time, but beyond that, you've then got the Rathana Destroyer, which is the glass cannon, and we don't know much about it. There's a few other smaller Republic ships we know. If we go for the mainstay of the fleet, you've got the Venator. The Venator is not a frontline warship. It is a carrier. A carrier that won't do very well against Yu Zhong Vong motherships. The Victory is not strong enough. Beyond that, the Republic fleet is nothing but smaller assets. The CIS, you've got the Subjugator. might stand a chance against smaller Yuzhong ships. Beyond that, no hope unless you're going off Subjugator's half-sister, which had a Death Star-style super laser attached to it. But there was one of those, and it was far weaker, so probably still wouldn't be able to do it. The problem is, the Republic is just too disorganized. We see how disorganized it is even at its height, unfortunately.
Even at its military height, it's when you look at the Grand Army of the Republic, which includes the Republic Navy, it is quite small.
On average, it said something from the only solid numbers we can get. There is a grand total of only like 10 million clone troopers throughout the entire war.
I mean, if we bolster them with
Which-
the droids, then that could be...
Right, droids are the only things that might work slightly better against the Vong, admittedly. But B1s versus the Vong? That's not going to go well.
B2's question.
Aren't produced in enough numbers. Also, as AMC's pointed out, do you know why the Vong left their previous Galaxy fleet?
They completely pillaged it dry.
No,
No,
they were kicked out
they
of it by a
successfully fought
cybernetic
off like a
uprose.
droid AI uprising,
Basically.
but it left the galaxy barren.
So they had to leave because their galaxy was dying, effectively. So droids are really going to annoy them.
And they know how to fight them.
hmm Beyond that, you've got the Chiss, not large enough to make them a difference. We see in the books that it takes a full Chiss task force to beat off a scout force. So they're not going to matter much. The Hutts, what are they going to do? There is no power unified enough and large enough in the Star Wars galaxy during the Republic era that could manage to help fight off the Vong.
Wait, is that why they're all biological? They completely disavowed technology?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
When your toaster tries to murder you for the crime of existing, you stop using toasters.
To be fair, I'm not sure if that was the... considering the Yuzong Vong, I'm not sure if it's just the crime of existing. I'm fairly sure they were probably doing some pretty nasty things to those toasters.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, guaranteed.
also we have another downside of the Jedi are useless against the Vong because a Jedi
And they
decided
kick
to
them
go
off
and work
even more.
with the Vong. And yeah, it would just annoy them further. So, no, there is in no real way a Republic / CIS era could fight the Vong. It's just the galaxy, unfortunately, loses.
Okay. So everyone's
uh,
dead.
So for us that aren't complete Star Wars nerds, it's a case of the Galactic Civil War and the Clone Wars. I saw it the whetstone that creates the armies that can fight the Vong through the Imperial
Literally.
Army.
Like, kind of literally, yes, to a degree. The Empire, again, it depends. Some people say they only say this to make the Empire look better. The Empire are still bad guys, no matter how you look at it, but politics aside, the Empire was far more united in political structure and military structure overall. Even if the leader of it was a tad nuts and suffers the typical dictator, I want the biggest ship with the biggest gun problem, even though he had no one to compare to.
Look, in the nicest way, as I covered in a video yesterday, it just seems to be a permanent thing for dictators. They're always compensating for something. Not sure
Yep.
what they're compensating for, but, you know, they
It's
always seem to be
something.
permanently compensating for something. Yeah.
Well, there you have it, boys. The galaxy's dead and the Vong killed it. So, from YouTube...
No, the Republic killed it. The Republic killed it. The Republic was absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
If the interesting question is if you did the Republic of the earlier Sith Wars, yeah, the Republic at the end of the Sith Wars, that could have taken on the Yuzhong Vong and won.
The ships of that period are...
So the thing is, Fleet, that is a republic that is capable of actually developing new ships and pushing forward.
Yeah.
They would get mulched for probably 2/3 of the galaxy.
Yes. But they
Now,
would actually
what
be able
happens
to push
after
back.
that is they have a chance if they do things correctly in that first part and further on. They would be very much on the ropes, and I would say they have more of a chance of getting mulched completely than they do of pulling it off. But unlike the later Republic, they could pull it off.
So essentially, the Republic, despite being more technologically advanced than it used to be, is suffering from like several thousand years of the end of history.
That's
Yes.
actually
Well,
not. That's
you
not
have-
necessarily true. Actually,
The biggest problem you have is the. So you know the meme about the Empire of Man in 40K and the Adeptus Administratum, and like nothing happens
Hmm.
because there's so many cogs things have to go through, so many forms and quintuplicate, right?
Right?
The thing is, that is a
The
meme.
Republic administration is basically the same way.
But the thing that makes the Imperium of Man different from the Galactic Republic is the Imperium of Man is set up in such a way that while the autocracies and planetary governments and nobility are inefficient, they can, to a fairly decent extent, self-govern. And the Imperium has systems in place to make up for in...
I'm not saying one is better than the other.
Oh no,
here.
I'm
using that
not.
as a
I'm
way
not
of
saying they
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
But what I was
It's
trying to
like-
say is that the at least the Imperium of Man has some form of ability to govern bottom up if needed. The Galactic
I would actually
Republic
argue
just
it's
can't.
another problem.
The Republic does too.
It does, but also because there's a lot of lower level politics that works pretty well actually. It's when you get to the Galactic Senate is where most things fall apart. I'd argue. But there's another
Mhm.
problem. Is the fact that, to be honest, the Old Republic era is kind of poorly thought out. As much as I do like it, because it's set off the top of my head 4,000 plus years ago. But but the writers of the Old Republic are basing all of their stuff off the modern day Star Wars. They don't think, what does 4,000 plus years of technology development really equal? So it's why you have stuff like interdictor technology. All of the stuff is basically a one-to-one copy just shunted back in time, which now makes you go, held up. Where's 4,000 years of development gone?
Well, there's a good example, a good thing for that, in that, in a nicest way, at a certain point, especially you can see this in late stage capitalism, there is a lot of economics against developing new technologies because it actually disrupts the market.
Which is all and good, apart from the fact that these technologies have to apparently be reinvented again later. Like, interdictor technology had to be completely... It disappeared for thousands of years,
Yeah, that's unsurprising.
for no real reason.
Well,
I
no.
mean,
but the thing is,
Yeah, I mean, it
let's
was
put
the
it this way.
reason.
Well, no, it didn't
wasn't
disappear.
needed.
Let's consider it this way. If you want a good example from naval history, and considering we're all involved in naval history, that's a good thing to talk about. Anyone here want to try and build a 16-inch gun?
No, thank you. I have experience in steel. No, thank you.
The thing is, we theoretically have processes written down, we have the stuff written down, but we all know there's a whole lot of stuff that wasn't written down because it was institutional cultural memory, and we don't have that written down, so we'd have to be basically starting from scratch to rebuild it. And that's how many years ago? 80?
40?
80 years ago, roughly?
Mm.
So thousands of years, it makes a lot of sense for technology to have been completely forgotten how to be rebuilt from scratch.
Or, for example, for things to be degraded massively. So, for example, interdiction technology isn't dead. It's just that the Republic basically uses interdiction mines. Like, very,
No, they use
very
ships as well.
small. Yeah, but they're small. It's like, for example, just to use the example Dr. Clark gave, we still have 5-inch naval guns. But we don't have massive 16, 12, the larger guns. We still have naval guns. They're just smaller.
Counterpoint then, Fleet. What about... We do know that interdictors had to be redeveloped for, basically, the CIS pricing. There was a long period before that where it just didn't exist. Plus,
I
the
mean,
fact
yeah.
a number
I
of
mean-
ships are just based off others. Like the Harrower, to be honest, is just a scaled down Star Destroyer.
I mean, yeah, but that's design aesthetic.
Right? Yeah.
Like, that's just we need it to look like Star
I
Wars
feel-
ships, so we're going to take
I
a pre-existing design aesthetic. And
I-
run
It's
with it.
it's a problem that appears in the Star Wars community, though, Fox, is that a lot of people go, well, this is made by an entirely different alien power, quite literally alien to who builds them later.
As
The
far
fact
as
that designs end up being so similar for no real reason is a little... Because we get a
as
lot of other
far as-
variant designs. Go on.
Just very quickly, as far as I'm aware, the Imperial Star Destroyers are basically inspired by... As in, they're not in terms of technology, but the shape is inspired by this is what the Sith used to dominate the galaxy many, many thousands of years ago when they were open power in open control of the galaxy. Now that we're back, it's time for a bit of...
Counterpoint. The ISD is based off the Victory and the Venator,
Yes, and where do you think those
which
shapes
were
came from?
not built by any Sith-related powers.
They were ordered by
Well,
a certain chancellor and
yes.
his organization.
But before the Venator existed, before Palpatine put an order, there was
Yeah,
the design that was in Q Drive Yards.
But you're
Well,
forgetting
well,
something, Dragon.
Hello, guy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they're shapes that make sense for space combat.
Oh,
There's only so many shapes.
Well, in the
I
Star
agree.
Wars context.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
Star Wars context, they're shapes that make sense for space combat. You can have two completely separate designs from two completely separate cultures on the other side of the planet, and they will still invent a wheel. And it's a circle.
AMC pointed at a good point of that's what one of the mainline Sith warships ended up being, though, which looks completely different.
Yeah.
It's a problem is I do partly think is also writers not really talking with each other. There's stuff you can do to try and explain it, but it's got the classic problem of writers being completely different from previous.
I think also there is the point I would make, and I'm going to name check someone because he is very good at this. Glyn Stewart, who's a good friend of mine and Drax and all the Shipshape team, and is really, really good. The sheer amount of effort and work he puts into, and his wife put into, making sure he has tables, Excel spreadsheets, all sorts of things of information from every book to try and make sure they are internally consistent in a series. And the technology makes sense, and the things flow, and he's not changing stuff around. And the sheer effort he puts into, and that's him working on his own series. And yes, he's done a lot of books. I mean, I think it's nearly a 90 at this point or something. But he, Fleet will remember from chatting with him.
Yes.
But the point is, he's done a lot of very good books, but the amount of information he has to maintain, he's writing his own series and keeping his own series. With the start of Star Wars and those scenarios, you have a lot of different authors coming in to write different sections.
Yeah, it just all goes all over the place, mate. Basically.
Literally,
Yeah.
a perfect example is because one writer thought it would sound cooler, he made the Venator have a range of 7 light seconds on its main battery. Almost every other Star Wars writer has said Star Wars weapons have a rough range of 70,000 kilometers. 7 light seconds is millions of kilometers. Certain writers will generally just go, "This sounds cool, I'm writing it in."
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And Star Wars has had hundreds, I would argue, with old legends.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to have to put a pin
there we
in
go,
this
found one.
because
I'm just.
I
don't worry,
I know.
I'm finding
It's
more
my own fault
questions.
for naming a show Ramblings, so I have to reap what I sow, I guess. But moving on to
And I would like to say that the first thing I noticed about this show today, none of you, I would think, would know catchy fleet-based jokes. Don't take this the wrong way, but none of you I associate with catchy fleet-based jokes.
well, all jokes about me are
So
catchy.
are you asking? Oh, it's a joke about you. I thought
Yes.
it was a fleet-based joke.
No, it's a
So basically,
fleet-based
you're
joke.
asking you're asking the audience to write jokes about
So,
you.
Red Fleet timeline? Does that count?
No, sorry.
That'll do. That'll do. I'll let you have
Okay,
that one.
I think it's jokes about his love for the Hosh. I think
Now, just a
honestly,
minute.
that's what we do.
That's off. That's off
yeah.
the plate. You can't joke
No,
about
I
that.
think no, Clark. There's a better one. Remember, beyond Red Fleet timeline. So about that the Fleet of Oceans timeline and its shit.
That's not a timeline. That's an entirely different thing.
yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I did say that. I did try and say it was a different thing,
Yeah.
but that whole shenanigans.
Dragon?
Look, it's a long story, 8 years in the making. So it started when I was much younger. So I blame it on younger me. Moving on.
Dragon, Drake's drum.
No, that's not a joke. That's not a joke. That's a rabbit hole you forced me down, which has led me into possibly having to arrange something towards the end of this year that may include really big names that I was not expecting.
Yeah.
Oh no, Foxo.
It's
Oh no, Foxo, you may chuckle. It's gotten bigger than what you know.
That's all we need.
And to think,
Right,
looking into British battle cruisers would lead us to this.
It never
British
ends.
battle cruisers lead to a lot of different destinations.
Some of which make
Two of them are
me
insanity.
unnatural.
I didn't even have to post it this
I
time.
still maintain we need to have Clark and Drac debate about the Congos in World War II.
Yes, I completely agree.
Honestly,
I was driving home from work on Friday and I saw Drax's video and I was like, that's Drac throwing down the gauntlet. That's what that is.
honestly, from what Drac and Clark have mentioned about how they just have these sort of while working on the roof of a shed fixing things sort of debates. Honestly, just those recorded or sort of redone would be glorious.
Hey, if you want real scary thing, this is the fun point on the ship shape trips. Because he and I will be having these debates quite happily in a restaurant, especially when it's just a group of us, and we'll suddenly hear. Usually it's Gareth apologizing to waitress going, yeah, they will order food in a few minutes, but at the moment they're still trying to work out what the exact subdivision and watertight nature of a Congo hull is.
Oh, what have I got
And
myself
debating
into? I'm going to be on this Japan trip, apparently, which is coming up, as basically technical advice / making sure people actually stream on time while you're all in Japan, and I'll basically be sat there going, all right,
Yeah.
they're just debating and they're not stopping, and the time's
I'm just
coming up.
imagining
For Japan, it's looking like it's going to be. We are going to need to start fundraising a lot earlier to get it all sorted and get everything organised and get ourselves sorted properly. And things are going to be sorted. It's taken a bit of a hit with me being sick, I have to admit. Organisation tends to happen that when I'm ill. But everything's going quite nicely. Everything's sort of, and Japan is going to be a very interesting trip. It's going to be something truly special because the thing is, there are places writing to us and inviting us. It's like Sweden again. And we don't want to say no to them. And some of these places are very, very intriguing to go to. And it's fun, like, the museum in Kure, which has a model of the Yamato. And it's a massive scale model. It's a big enough model that we worked out that 3 of us could lie down on top of it. Across.
Oh my.
1 to 10, he was saying.
Yeah, it's a nice scale. It's a very interesting model. And so yes, there's all sorts of things. It is going to be a full month in Japan, and it is going to be. But I am also trying to function in because they have some. Japan, of course, is very much famous for its hot springs and its hot spring baths. And yeah, I'm under strict orders to make sure we are able to find places like that as well to go there, so that they can have a bit of a rest and enjoy themselves. There is a whole debate as to whether or not we go fully immersive in the Japanese culture, or we go to the level we did in the Finnish culture, where we were decidedly the 3 Brits wearing trunks.
Luckily, I'm part Finnish. Well, I'm not part Finnish, but I have Finnish family, so.
So you would have been wearing just a towel as well?
Yeah, of course I would.
Just a towel, nothing else?
Yeah, of course I would.
That's not a mental image we
Good
need
for
for
you.
you.
Anyway.
I'm just imagining.
There was a little bit of a conversation between us all three going, how finished are we going? I brought swimming boxes. Same here. Yep, all going on.
I'll just be stood there going, whips.
I'm just imagining Fleet.
Well,
on
I
the
mean,
bullet
you
train.
heard me, cowards.
Yeah. Like, what are you,
Go-
men or
go
mice?
Cyclic, in the nicest way, they are mixed. We are British.
And it's Scandinavia. What were you expecting?
And are you scarred that much by the Danelaw?
I know.
Yes.
Wait, they're mixed.
Yeah, of course they are.
I can't
Yeah.
make my comments.
Hmm.
You don't have to worry about it.
No,
Anyway.
it was mixed honors. They were lovely. But yeah, you could tell the ones who have been involved in education in the UK and etc. who were there, because basically it was a case of how this ceiling is really interesting.
You just
I
talk
mean,
to the-
I love the paneling on the
Oh,
ceiling.
come on. It's not rocket science to avoid that. You just talk to the people you're with. It's not rocket science. And for goodness sake, there should be... Besides, if it's any halfway decent sauna in Finland, there should be enough steam in there to just see past the end of your nose, nothing more. If it's any halfway decent sauna.
Oh
And-
yeah,
and-
they were.
and-
that was
And
the
here I
case.
speak with some experience. But the less said about my trip
Oh,
to
good
my...
lord, it was
But the less said about the trip to my family's lake house, the better.
I believe you're on a YouTube question
Yes,
now,
I
for the
am.
record.
Seneca Nero asks, would the carrier conversion be the
Hey,
equivalent...
Seneca, hello!
Would the carrier conversion be the equivalent of the Razé in the World War II period as the most common major modification? Honestly, that's... That's...
Eh?
I mean,
No.
like, I suppose you... The problem is, I can't think of anything else equivalent to Razéing a ship that does the same thing in...
The mass
I'm
anti-aircraft
stealing shit.
upgrade on older battleships.
They're still battleships,
potentially.
though. They're still battleships, though. They're not
They are,
changing
but
role.
they're gonna get clapped by
The
a modern battleship. Like,
Yes,
Closest-
but that's like...
say what you will, but I don't want to take a New Mexico up against King George V or a North Carolina
While that is
or even Bismarck.
While that is
Um,
true, the same, it's that doesn't change the fact that they're still battleships, because ships that were Razéed were overwhelmingly 74s, 64s, second, third, and fourth rate ships of the line, which is basically the same thing. You wouldn't take them up against the second or third rate. Sorry, second or first
Yeah.
rate.
Closest thing I would think of actually, Fleet, might
but-
be the Renown and Repulse.
The problem with
Being-
that is that
Being
they're
turned
still...
from battleships into battle cruisers.
Yeah, but that... no, they weren't turned from battleships into battle cruisers. They were just reordered as completely new designs under the same names.
But But then the question is, what?
Oh, that's an interesting one.
But also
And
then,
you've
Fleet,
just
what
triggered Alex.
What finished ship was actually then converted into a carrier? I'm pretty sure almost all of them were, while it's still being constructed, was then sort of changed into a carrier instead of
There
being
is...
turned from a surface ship that's
Um,
finished into a carrier.
Well, there are
There
a
was-
few.
there-
There are a few, and then it really does come down to
I
the
guess
early
yeah.
ones.
You've
So
got
Langley,
you've got
The
Furious,
large
Glorious,
light
and
cruisers.
Yeah, large light
Furious, Glorious, and
cruisers.
Craves.
They are
I think are the ones.
Langley.
They are. Those are not. We do not call them capital ships. Please do not. No one call those.
That's why I referred to them as large light cruisers.
I'm not even sure
Please
the word
call
of the
it like
title.
They are Fisher's Follies at best.
We have battle cruiser at home.
Spurious, curious, and outrageous are lovely carriers for early carriers. They are as warships as they originally designed. Oh my lord, what did you do to my ship?
Yeah, I think the fact that
I
we're
don't.
turning the
I don't
carriers
think
was
the
best
carrier
use of them.
conversions really do the same as the Razé.
Yeah,
No,
No, there's nothing.
It's-
Like, it's about as close as you come, but there's no real.
no.
No, it's
It's
not even as
complete-
close as you
I'd
come.
say
It's just something different.
I'd say it's converting cruisers to AA cruisers.
Oh, yeah, no, I was going that way as well. I was just literally about to
Maybe,
say the
yeah.
same thing, yeah.
If that's the kind of I think that's the closest you get to a Razane.
I think,
And
and
it
I
would
think
have to
amongst-
be like the British interwar cruisers.
Honestly, I think
Getting
there is a
converted.
really close example
Not
here.
not the redesignation the US did of the Atlantas.
Yeah, I think.
The sort of
Yeah.
C&D class.
No, I
was
think
thinking,
there's an even better example. The conversions of a few of the Hawkins. That's about as close as you get
What?
because it's a heavily armed quasi-capital ship that's past its prime that you're converting into a different role.
Please do not use that phrase in terms of the Hawkins.
Well, they're large
The
The
cruisers.
phrase you're looking for is a heavy cruiser-esque ship,
That's what. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
not quasi-capital. Like heavy cruisers in the two big navies of the period aren't capital.
No, they have enough capital ships. They're not building their cruisers to be capital ships. Even then, of the options, the county class is probably the closest because they're designed to look like a capital ship.
Hmm. All right. I think I should. I can see Dr. Clark getting
Swiftly
the
move
hatchet
on,
ready.
or you get murdered.
A10
Yeah,
brainlet.
I am seeing the wide crazy eye there.
Yeah. A10 brainlet asks, "What is the best naval combat in movies?" Ooh.
Oh, that one.
I do have to give a shout out to an older film, actually, Sink the Bismarck, despite some of the
Battle of the
bad
River
model
Plate.
work.
Battle of the River.
Battle of the River Plate, but if I don't say Master and Commander, Kate Jameson, who knows where I live...
That's
will
another
probably
good
kill
one
me.
too.
Yeah, Master and Commander. The only historical inaccuracy with there's only two I can think of off the top of my head for Master Commander. Two historical
I
inaccuracies.
will again say this, that Kate Jameson does occasionally listen to this show.
She
so
does?
Be very careful before you
I'm sorry.
critique
Whoa, hold
Master
up.
and Commander.
Kate Jameson listens to this show.
Do you
are you
have
having
body
a?
armor?
Are you joking
No.
with me right now? We
No.
are talking about the same.
She loves naval history. Yes.
Oh, sweet Jesus! It'll never end. Well,
I like how I just cut out.
so the only two historical inaccuracies are the master, basically the head of the Marines, going around the deck with a loaded musket shouting, "That's my bird." He would never be that irresponsible on an actual ship. And the fact that the ship it's facing is not an American big frigate, it's a French big frigate. Which I know was done purely because they wanted to not have an American ship as the antagonist. Those are the only two historical inaccuracies I can think of. And that's it. Honestly, I would have preferred her being an American big frigate. It would have been fun to hear the Americans shouting insults at the British in English. It would have been very funny.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, for the Americans, that would make them feel like they were being the bad guys. 'cause
Exactly.
The trouble is with Hollywood can never understand and can never accept complication that maybe neither side is the bad guy. That they're just doing their jobs.
Knight6831 asks, question 3. How much trouble could 1 Retisvan, 1 Imperator Alexander, 2 1 Borodino, 2 Peresviets, 2 Admiral Rushkovs, 1 Bayern, 1 Varag, 1 Palada, 1 Novik class cruisers that the Japanese captured appeared in the IJN before the Russo-Japanese War. So basically, all of the captures that were put into Japanese service in the aftermath of the Russo-Japanese War are in the IJN at the start of the Russo-Japanese War. Presumably after they've been rebuilt.
Knight, why do you dislike the IJN so much? Why would you be so cruel?
They're not that
Free scrap
bad.
metal?
Hey, free money's
Does
free
it
money.
line? Does it line up with the Japanese doctrine?
Some of them
though,
aren't
for
bad
the following
ships.
Time?
Some of them aren't bad ships, and to be fair, some of these ships are actually a fairly good infusion of pre-dreadnought numbers at a time when the Japanese really quite.
But a number of these are also pretty bad.
Some of them
And also,
are, but some of them
they've
aren't.
already got these ships coming from the British. They're already in the yards or on the way.
Yes,
sort of
but
thing.
now, but the thing is, these ships will give the Japanese numerical supremacy right there and then. They can literally dance about in front of the first Pacific Squadron, going, "Come on out and fight us. We've got more ships than you now."
Yeah, but think about the logistics of supporting that group.
I mean, they've already got. I mean, they do it after the war. In fact, they go to quite a great deal of effort to bring the ships into IJN service, including replacing a good chunk of the guns.
Yes,
yeah, but now
and
they
their
have to do all
machinery.
of that beforehand.
I
Yeah.
think he said that they are
Well,
in their IGN configuration.
well, you've got the question there.
Yeah, they're in their IGN.
Does it actually say that in the
configuration.
question? So,
I think that's what's I think that's what's implied. Because I assume he says.
is it
If
implied
it-
or is it
No.
stated?
Yeah, that's the question with Knight. You always have to be. He's very good at making sure the questions are precisely what he wants them to be. This is why they're quite often quite long.
Okay, so he doesn't actually
So
say.
they're not. So then,
Or if he doesn't,
assuming they need to be converted, then going on this assumption, because
I suppose.
All of a
I
sudden-
suppose. they're-
I refer you to my earlier point of does Knight hate the IGN?
I suppose. I suppose they can be kept in a long-term refit cycle to get their guns replaced as sort of a heavy reserve for Japanese losses, which could come in quite handy when, you know, two Japanese battleships hit mines in the same night and just, oh well, we're down 2 pre-dreadnoughts, bugger.
Yeah,
Oh wait, we've got some
They
other
could
ones
be
flying
useful.
around.
that's not an not an unthinkable scenario of utility.
It's honestly the one I would expect, because that way it gives them time to rework the ships, change their guns for Japanese equivalents. And of course, we have the advantage here that you're swapping like for like. You're swapping Russian 12-inch guns for Japanese 12-inch guns. Shouldn't be too difficult to adjust the hoists. It, like, maybe some padding or some metal removal will be required, but you shouldn't have to rip out the entire hoists for the guns. Or rework
No.
the turrets in a major way.
yeah, I think that makes sense.
But at that
It's
point, you're
probably the thing that
basically,
makes the most logical sense.
you're basically looking at an infusion of capital ships and cruisers. The coast defense ships could actually be fairly useful for escorting convoys to and from Korea. As basically demanding that basically means if you want to hit these convoys, Russia, you have to show up with your largest and best armored cruisers or your battleships, or don't bother.
That is a fairly good point to make. I was trying to make that point, and some people seem to keep missing that with the point of the R class, and how, frankly, even in a fully modernized world, even partially modernized R class are still quite useful in any World War II scenario. Last night,
Yeah,
because
they force you to show up with a Bismarck or Tirpitz.
yeah, that's the thing. In the nicest way, you have an R class there. You have to show up with something. It's like their utility. Okay, yes, by 1942, the RN's fully happy. It's got 25 capital ships, which are decent, and it's building new ones. Then probably the R class are, because it's been a 14, the R class are going to be not there. Well, the thing is, you give them to. I think under that scenario, you possibly be tempted to give them to give a couple to Canada and a couple to Australia, because
So about
Canada's
those-
building up its navy to that point, and then that means you have a couple based on the other side of North Atlantic, and the U.S. Navy at no point is the U.S. Navy going to be going, they've based R-class battleships for the Canadians. We are scared. This is Casus Belli.
Well,
No,
of
the
course
the
they're
other
not.
the other thing is
North Cal like
by the
Sailor.
time this is happening, realistically, the treaty's fallen apart.
Yeah.
And the U.S. is already sitting there having passed the Two Ocean Navy Act. Let's just not touch that elephant in the room. Like, the U.S. knows Britain is going to be either a friendly neutral or a lockstep ally in the war to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, near as lockstep as you can get.
Yeah.
About those
And-
3 QEs you initially wanted.
It's
Yeah.
less battleships the U.S. has to tack to the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Phoenix
and
is saying, I don't think the Canadians have the bandwidth to operate a capital ship.
Ah,
What do you
haha,
mean
yes
by
they
that?
do. Yes they do. They absolutely do.
They
Doesn't
do.
Canada end up the third largest navy on the planet at the end of the
Not
Yeah.
the third largest, but because you tend to end up ignoring the Soviet Navy there, but the Canadians are a very
end
respectable
up
navy.
being the third largest oceanic navy, because the trouble is the Soviet Navy claims it's the third largest, but it's got mostly riverine craft and inshore craft. So basically, and whereas the Canadian Navy ends up at that point, and they're pretty much made up of things like, well, sloops, corvettes, frigates, ASW. They are as big as they are, and they are entirely anti-submarine warfare focused.
Where was it? Oh yeah. So you're basically looking at an infusion of new capital ships and cruisers, including because she doesn't have to be salvaged, the Novik actually doing 25 knots in Japanese service, which is fun times for all involved. Right in time for the Battle of the LOC, which makes it even more of a crushing defeat for the Russian Navy.
I did just get an idea for an answer to the previous question, though it's a little bit later of a period, about the Rezes. This is post World War II, but the Framcan upgrades.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's changing the purpose of those ships.
Oh yeah.
Downgrading the guns, but making them far more capable in ASW. So they're also doing counter raiding, right? I'm stretching here, but they're doing counter raiding. And you're changing their armament to do that, to optimize them for hunting the raiders. But that's a bit of a stretch. But I think it's probably the closest you can get.
Yeah. So we did a thingy question. We need to do a YouTube question. Discord question, sorry. Where are we? A10 Brainlet, I've seen your question about the Iranian hostage rescue, but I feel like that's a bit outside of my scope and a bit outside of the scope of the questions, because that leads us more into politics, especially, and very, very messy politics. So I'd rather not go into that one.
Then your next one should be L20E Alpha versus Bismarck.
Yeah, from Chris. I'm sorry to say this, but
Bismarck?
despite how much nonsense Bismarck gets, yes, L20E Alpha has bigger guns. Yes, she is technically better armored. Bismarck is a ship 30 years her senior, despite the limitations of German naval design. Unless you've uprated L20E Alpha with modern fire control and equipment, it's Bismarck's fight to lose. If L20E Alpha's coming out of the yards with modern fire control, then Bismarck is roasted.
It's also, if it's E20E, it's got a max speed of 25 knots as well, which isn't exactly ideal.
Yeah,
and
this is what I mean is, it's Bismarck. If L20E Alpha has modern fire control, aka some form of refit, or is updated to World War II period standards, she can kill Bismarck if Bismarck stands and fights. If Bismarck doesn't stand and fight, there's nothing L20E Alpha can do. Basically. But as I always say in these things, if you want an accurate answer, get the nearest coin to you, pick a side, and flip it. Because that's how all these one-on-ones go. It's a 50-50 chance.
It's not.
It is, to be blunt, because luck plays such a factor in naval combat that discounting it is aggressively silly.
Saying myself, I'd be more worried not about the L20AA, because, yeah, that would have been an interesting vessel for them to have, but I don't think it would have really changed much of a case of World War I or World War II. Even versus Bismarck, it's an interesting fight, but again, if it's been modernized, yay for it. If it's not been modernized, then it's going to have trouble. I'd be worried about the angle of its gun turret angle, how far high it can raise them, especially versus Bismarck, because that's going to be an impact. But I'd be also more worried is, in any world where the L20EA has come into service, what the frigate unholy weapon system has turned up on the Royal Navy side that Bismarck is going to have to, whatever's come after it is going to be fighting Bismarck. It's going to be the British equivalent that Bismarck's going to be taking on. And also, in any world where the L20EA came into existence, that's going to raise the minimum requirement because of what the British would build, what the Japanese would build, what the Americans would build prior to any Washington Naval Treaty. That's going to raise the level requirement anyway. So the Bismarck that comes into existence in any world where that is going to have to be that much better. And might actually not be that much better. It might be the same, because remember, the thing that restricts Bismarck's construction is not German ambition or German ingenuity. It's limits of the infrastructure, etc., that they've got when they're building it up from scratch. Because the naval treaty, the Treaty of Versailles, is basically designed, the British, the one section the British really care about with the Treaty of Versailles when it's being written, is that the naval side of it is going to completely undermine, and I have to say this so often it's quite worrying me, undermine German ability to produce ships. It's not. Well, sometimes people take it as me being rude about the
part of the treaty too.
Yeah, people sometimes take it as me being rude and anti-German. No, this is the entire purpose of the Treaty of Versailles as far as the British are concerned. They put all their effort into this section of the treaty. That's all they care about. They will let the French do whatever they want in any other part of the treaty. They'll let the Americans say whatever they want in any other part of the treaty. The only part of the treaty the British care about is that Germany will never be able to build a navy again. Or rather, it will take them so long to build up a point at which they can build a navy, because it's going to degrade their capabilities so far that it gives a complete non-stop advantage to the British. That's what the entire Treaty of Versailles structuring, as far as the British are concerned, is around. And it's very successful. And the thing is, in a world where the Germans build the L-20 AE, what's the British response? You know, if you consider that, if you look at some of the British equivalents, and this is what I was immediately thinking was, well, what happens if the British go for some of their bigger options? The L3, etc. Instead of the G3, and it's actually built. Then think about what the Washington Treaty is standardized on, and then think, if the Germans are, their maximum is again the Scharnhorst, that's not a battlecruiser, that's building the best battleship they can build at the time, and then the Tirpitz, it's going to be the generation after the Tirpitz that are actually going to be building something which is equivalent to what everyone else is building, because it takes you time to build up your infrastructure and your ability to build these things. You can't just go, I have the yards, I've built the yards, now build this ship. No, you have to learn and relearn the skills. You have to relearn all the knowledge, all the institutional memory. This is everyone has to go through that. The British have to go through that when they're reactivating yards, but they're reactivating from a basis. The Americans have to go through it when they're expanding yards and bringing in new yards, but they are expanding it from a point already up here. That is what gives them the advantage in World War II. The Germans are having to reactivate it from down here, from well below. So yeah, in any scenario where the L-20 Alpha E comes into existence, Lord help the Bismarck.
Where are we?
Side note, and this isn't going to make sense to anybody listening, unless Moo or Phoenix is, but I do quite happen to like Moo's joking ship competition HMS Sturdy design. It's a hilariously fast battleship with a sort of set up like Rodney, but I want to say I don't remember what guns he used, but it was his whole thing was it was designed as a hood replacement and built. But I'll have to dig up stuff from him for Dr. Clark to see. I think Dr. Clark would like it.
Knight6831 asks, question 4 from him. How good were the 2 Royal Sovereign-based Fujis, the 2 Majestic-based Shikishimas, the 1 Formidable-based Mikasa and Ashi, and the 2 King Edward VII-based Katori pre-dreadnought battleships? Basically, how good were Japan's conventional pre-dreadnoughts? They were I'll give my basic answer before I disappear for 2 minutes to get another drink, and I'll let other people expand on it. But to put it simply, they are at least as good as the ships they're based on. If not better, because they're usually slightly larger than the ships they're based on. And slightly more capable. Even if only slightly.
I would argue they're built like that because they are building they're building far less ships than the British are. The British equivalents of them are being built in almost squadron strength, whereas the Japanese are ordering a single or a couple. And so the Japanese are again seeking a qualitative advantage to make up for their quantitative disadvantage. That's an ongoing theme in Japanese procurement, seeking a qualitative advantage to make up for a quantitative disadvantage. But be interested to hear what others think at this point.
I mean, I would also say they have the advantage of, okay, this is the British experience building these ships and operating, so they have some idea of margin there as well. Which, never underestimate that.
Nope.
Brackman, how do you accidentally make an Iowa hood combination?
Where
I don't think that's something you do accidentally.
where are we? What did I miss?
That's just one of the most recent comments.
We
I
just
had to
finished
mention, like,
up
what-
answering the
Yeah.
question when you
So the next question. Oh, A10 Brainlet asks, how would a meeting between the USS Enterprise from Next Generation and Space Yamato look like? Well, it's interesting for one key factor. As far as we're aware, fiction in the Star Trek universe hasn't differed from our universe. So they will very clearly recognize what that ship is and where it's from.
But
I'd argue they might
won't
not.
know. They won't know because most of human culture gets lost in the Third
No, it
World
doesn't.
War.
Not quite. A lot of it is actually preserved. It's more of a case of how many people on board the Enterprise D do you think know of Space Battleship Yamato?
There'll usually
I'm
be
getting
that. There'll be that one
Maybe
scene.
2 or 3.
There'll be that one scene, like in every Star Trek episode, where one person who recognizes something from Earth's ancient past goes, "I know what this is." You know, there's
That's
one-
why my bets are
Yeah,
Data will recognize it because he's got the basically Federation database stored in his brain, and 1 or 2 people out of the 1,000-odd crew might go, "Held up, I remember that. This might be some plucky ensign in subsection 13 Joint Alpha, but
yeah, but like this is what happens in those Star Trek
the
episodes.
more interesting-
Someone will
the
recognize
more
it.
interesting thing is, though, technically speaking, Space Battleship Yamato is actually safe by the Prime Directive. Since they have developed interstellar warp travel, even though it's not a warp drive, they would come under they would be past the Prime Directive, so therefore, communications between the Federation and this alternative Earth/Yamato would be able to be done. Potentially, you might have a Federation intervention into the Earth Gamma Last War.
As far as I'm aware, it's just a ship. Doesn't
I'm
seem
more
to be-
worried about the.
Well, whether
I'm
the
more
ship
worried
comes
about.
from it.
Just a question. I'm more worried about the virus from the USS Yamato getting aboard Space Battleship Yamato.
That's not mentioned here though, because that's only on the USS Yamato, which is an Iconian, and that wasn't a virus. It was a data transfer from an Iconian probe, which overloaded systems. The Enterprise
Yes,
D
but,
does not have this flaw. They
Yes,
fixed it
but
after
it
this.
obviously.
Go on. Sorry, go on.
Yes, but obviously it's attracted to things named Yamato.
Hmm.
And if
Yamato,
they're now in that universe, that data might
now
come
that
after
you mention it, Yamato XCV-89 something or other end up being decommissioned, and I think she's the best one we've had. USS Yamato Constitution class was destroyed. Yamato of the Yamato class, I'm pretty sure, was destroyed. Honestly, yeah, Yamatos in Star Trek, on average, are destroyed. Yes, Star Trek has a USS Ark Royal. It has many he fish, including a very popular fan ship, which is a gigantic fleet carrier.
There is the USS Warspite as
There's
well,
also-
isn't there?
There's a fair
somewhere going
bunch of
on.
them. There's
I
USS
don't think
Bismarck
it's
and
ever been-
Warsport.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, is it just fan fiction I've read that USS Warspite is kept in chains somewhere in a sealed space station far away from any enemies, just in case she gets out?
It wouldn't surprise me. I feel that is more fan-based, but honestly, knowing Star Trek, I could believe it.
I thought it was a Defiant class vessel named Warspite.
It would not surprise me in the least.
But that could be more fan based than the.
Oh
but
God,
it just,
you're gonna have to make me go looking through my ship of the line, and not the calendar.
That just story just went. That sounds so like a Warspite. It's named Warspite. It's a Defiant class. We keep it far away from the enemy. Why? Last time it went close to them, there was just things which happened.
2377.
I would also point out you've also got to keep Cisco away from Warspite.
But going back to the question for a bit, the more interesting thing is wave motion energy. If wave motion energy is introduced to Star Trek, it is nuts. This wave motion energy is bonkers.
Yes, it is. Anyway, I think that we've given that a good shake. Next question is one rapid one from Seneca Nero, which asks how much delay is on this. With ramblings, I'm sorry I can't give an exact time frame on when we'll get to your question. All I can say is stay tuned as long as you can, or if you can't, catch it after the fact. And then a real question from Knight6831, which says, question 5. If Illustrious, Indomitable, and Implacable were 27,000-ton carriers, wouldn't their larger air wing mean that Victorious's air attack on Bismarck could be stronger? By definition, yes. Honestly, this is an extremely simple question with an extremely simple answer, which is literally just yes.
It means they're implacable class, in which case, in a nicest way, it's not just the attack on Bismarck which is stronger. Just imagine Taranto if delivered by an implacable class size vessel.
Yeah, just a bit. Right, moving swiftly on. Look, I'm trying to.
Right.
You double the number of swords which involved immediately.
There have been 4 ships to be given the name Warspite. A Miranda class, a Defiant class, a Norway class, and a Sovereign class.
Oh
in
my Lord.
particular, they are explicitly listed to be named after one of the most famous ships in Earth history. So even by the 24th century, they recognize it as as Warspite being one of the most famous in the world.
Nice.
And those are the fightingest classes the Federation ever produces. Yeah, those are the ships which they keep back, and if there's a major war or threat to Earth, they just go, Warspite, you're released, don't they?
It's like it's like USS Hood in Excelsior classes, one of the longest-lived Excelsior class, and is known to be one of the most fighting ships in the fleet. It has not had an encounter; it has not just walked out of fine.
So basically, the battle cruiser Hood used up all the bad luck of the class of that name.
Seem to.
Hmm.
Timu Loka asks, Fleet of Oceans, how will the Russians respond to the Finnish Ponyama class corvettes? Short answer, they won't.
Like, are we talking right now?
Right now, I think it means.
Right now, I mean, the Baltic Fleet's dead anyways on conflict start. So, yeah. Like, they're in a very awkward spot because for peacetime they need to maintain a Baltic fleet, but the moment the balloon goes up, like, it's the first Russian Navy units to die.
Yep.
They're based in Baltijsk and Kaliningrad, literally under the guns of the Polish army. Like, under the 155mm howitzer guns. They're dead.
And most Russian naval spending right now is either going into what things they're doing to Kuznetsov, whatever their fleet's doing in the Black Sea, and but the most important part of Russian naval spending right now is actually keeping the part of their navy that's good, well, for a given value of good, their submarine arm, to the level it currently is, / continuing to expand it. Oh boy, here we go. Fleet's about to be proven dramatically wrong in 5 seconds flat. Still, I don't mind.
The reality is moving forward. The reality is moving forward. The Russian Navy has no money. Immediately post-war, they are probably going to see everything but the boomers and the attack subs not getting any money. Because the Russian military has something else to do, and that is completely reconstitute their ground forces. And they're a continental power, and they know it. The role of the modern Russian Navy is quite simple. It is preserve the boomers. Because they view their boomers as a war termination capability.
We said this last week, didn't we?
Yes.
Yep.
Anything beyond that is surplus to requirements, and they're going to be struggling to do that. I cannot stress enough just how much money reconstituting the Russian army post-war and trying to equip it with reasonably modern for the early 2000s equipment it's going to cost. And that's all as a stopgap.
Is it going to end up being a smaller force?
I have no idea what it's going to look like.
Fair enough. That was a stupid question.
They have
ask it?
several different directions they can go down that would dramatically change how their ground force looks. Then, on top of that, they have suddenly realized that precision-guided munitions in an air force are not the tools of pansies, but are tools that are necessary to accomplish missions. And that they desperately need tankers, AWACSs, basically every kind of enabler you have. Oh, and they're realizing they need a red air capability for training. That last one, I doubt they'll be able to afford.
Oh my.
I
don't see how they can not afford it.
They're going to
afford
try. I don't see if they're going. I don't see how they're going to be able to fund the flight hours. Now, potentially one of the ways they do this is pulling money out of the Navy's operating budget, which is something that I could see them absolutely doing.
So basically, we're going to see the Russians finally give up all their big-ticket items, all their DDGs, all the...
Probably not.
No.
Okay,
No.
question.
They'll become harbour queens.
Aren't,
They'll be harbour queens.
aren't aircraft carriers a symbol of modern power projection, and you sort of need to have one to be a power on the world
No,
stage nowadays?
Not really. The DDG is
Depends
basically.
on who you are.
So, like,
You see, the fun part about the Russians is a lot of their power projection is done along their borders with their army. Kuznetsov showed up and did her Syria thing to try to sell MiG-29Ks, more MiG-29Ks to India. Like, that's what she went there for. In fact, most of the time the planes would take off from her, land in Syria, refuel, get more munitions on board, go do their sorties, land, spend the night, and then fly back to the ship. That was entirely a PR tour, and not PR in trying to, oh, look at us, we can project power. Right? No, that wasn't. And generally speaking, Russian naval attempts to look like they're able to project power make them a laughingstock.
Mm-hmm.
Like that Russian flotilla that went to Cuba. It was one frigate, one submarine, and a submarine rescue vessel and a tug. Submarine rescue vessel for the Yazan M that went down, and the tug for the modern frigate.
Yeah.
That really shows confidence.
And the only part of that force that was worth a damn was the S&M, and that's it.
No, Gorshkovs are something you have to respect. Even if it's only loaded with anti-ship calibers. You have to respect a Gorshkov. That's 16 anti-ship calibers coming at you. That's nasty.
You have to respect it, but you also have to hear it because it will keep clanging the whole time. There's a reason there is a constant meme about their maintenance on their on their prop shafts. It's a meme. It's such a meme that the U.S. Air Force is actually picking up on it, let alone the rest of the world.
Yeah,
and the U.S. Air Force are the worst at picking up anyone else's memes because they live in their own meme bubble. I swear, I love them dearly, but I deal with the U.S. Air Force on a fairly, well, I'd say a semi-regular basis, and they go, "Have you seen
Space Force?"
Oh, don't get me started on them. But, you know,
And their deltas.
they are the only people I know who will share go, I've just seen this meme, and you're going, I saw that about 10 years ago on Twitter. How old are your computers, man? It's really cool. Does anyone remember from years ago there was a meme with a chipmunk in it? That had
Do you have any
big
idea?
cheek-
Little
that had
Bowser Down.
big cheek-
The
Yeah,
other
it
thing to keep, the other
it
thing
was
to
the
keep
meme
in,
with the big cheeks. You know, the chipmunk big cheeks. It was very long time ago. It was the big thing all over the internet.
I
Oh,
saw
Alvin
that.
and the
I had that
Chipmunks.
shared- I had that shared with me last week by a U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel going, I've just seen this
Well,
meme. It's the
There's
first time
your
I've seen
reason. He's a lieutenant colonel.
Oh,
it." Yeah.
But getting back to the Gorshkovs here, they are one of the few Russian ships that actually has like kinetic defense against sea skimmers. I'll just say that again. They are one of the few Russian ships, them and their predecessors, the Grigoroviches, are the Russian ships that have reliable defense at intercepting sea skimming missiles.
you know, now I don't feel so bad about the state of the RN.
You should.
The Russians
They'll
can still
feel
put ships
bad.
to sea.
Yep.
And they're not relying on their oldest SSN, that is the last of its class, to be the deployable submarine with everyone else in dock.
Guys,
To be
please
fair,
at
that's
least-
because they've taken
At least the status of the
so long.
Type 45 fleet is improving. At
Yeah,
the
the
same
fleet of
time, the
6.
frigate force is declining because of delays in programs that should have been started much earlier.
That's just British. That's just the British military in a nutshell. Programs that start too late, don't run for long enough, and don't procure enough equipment.
Gunnery
Yes, but
officer,
that's because someone
the Gor-
gets a bright idea.
yeah, gunnery officer. The Halifax class and Type 21s are what you would, particularly the Halifax class, you would classify them as a patrol frigate. The Gorshkovs are designed to be frontline multi-role frigates. Gorshkovs can carry 16 Tomahawk-sized, actually slightly larger, missiles for strike. And future variants of them, if they ever get them built, there's some other problems relating to their propulsion system. And the Russians always pissing off the people that supply them the necessary goods for them.
Look, in a nice way,
But-
it's a standard practice to go to war with the nation which actually builds your turbines for your ships.
Or when you then decide to switch over to turbo diesel for propulsion, the turbochargers for the marine diesels you buy, and they're the only reliable people you can get them from.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, there we go again, boys. And
So
girl.
they've got to redesign the propulsion system for the third or fourth time now.
Fleet just.
Okay, so
I think
question.
Sorry,
pretty sure
no,
it's the fourth
Fox, I'm
time
sorry,
because
I'm putting my
first-
foot down.
Wait, I'll let you reply to that one about the Connies in text, so we don't get derailed. Or not Fleet, Phoenix. My
Look,
condolences to you both.
thank you. I think. Angry fleet noises. Anyway, moving swiftly on. What were we on? Was that no, that was a Discord question.
Oh, apparently I'm on Channel 5 tonight at 9 p.m.
What? You are?
Yeah, this was something I recorded a long time ago, but on 5 Select tonight at 9 p.m., I'm on a program called Secrets from the Deep.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I forgot I was on that show.
I would go and watch it, but we'll probably still be here.
Yeah, we'll still be here. Undoubtedly, at the rate we're going. Wonka Gaming asks, can you expand on why the Dutch East Indies Railways were mad? Like, what did they do and what makes them noteworthy? Basically, now I want you to cast your minds for a moment to being a railway engineer, aka someone who builds railways and the locomotives that run on them. And you are in the Netherlands. You have literally, your job is easy, but at the same time, there's no challenge at all. You have no hills to build around. You have no hills to burrow under, no gradients to plan. No, they have a few complex bridges to build, but that's about it. Your locomotives
No,
can
you
be...
do have issues with your water table.
Well, yes, but in terms of gradient planning
No, but that means you have to raft quite a lot of your railway.
yes,
Because your railway lines can sink into the boggy ground.
yes, but
So that causes a problem. And you have to therefore be careful about how heavy a trains you're running and
Dr.
how
Clark.
you're designing your points, because
Dr. Clark,
they can sink in various places.
yes,
Now, in the nicest
Dr.
way,
Clark,
not saying it's an easy part. It really isn't.
Dr. Clark,
In fact,
please,
it's one of the more
you're
complicated ones.
ruining
Because-
my point. Can I please finish?
No, this is our job,
Point
Fleet.
is inaccurate in the first place.
No,
This is why
okay,
you have
that
him and
part of
myself on.
that
Is
part-
to ruin your...
that
Please,
part of it wasn't.
Please, you also say they don't have to design, or they don't have to take hills into account, but if you have to build railways inside Limburg, that is pretty much hill country, so you still have to take that into account over there
Yeah,
as
well-
well.
Yeah, but it's no
What you
more
call a
complicated.
hill in the Netherlands is like a small mound on the rest of the planet.
Anyway, moving
Unless
swiftly on
you're
before
talking
Foxo, before Foxo offends the entire people of the Dutch East
Oh,
Indies.
South Florida.
Well, you
But-
can't offend the Dutch; they're all drowning.
Anyway, moving swiftly on. So, as I say, first part of my point. Okay, so the Dutch locomotive engineers don't really have to design locomotives that are pushing the boat out to any great degree. Express passenger engines can be focused on. Do you mind, Dr. Clark, before I... This is one area in which I have the supremacy of knowledge, and I'm going to use it!
Are you sure?
Yes!
This must sound so strange to anyone who's watching the YouTube.
Anyway,
Okay, this is just a crying doctor meme personified.
right. So, Dutch locomotives are usually 060s and for freight, which is fairly standard for the continent up till about the 1890s. And, well, it depends. You start seeing 280 consolidations filter in from the States by about 1880. It takes far longer for that wheel arrangement to come in over here than it does in Russia and the United States, basically owing to the lack of tonnage on freight trains. Passenger trains, you see the standard continental and British fare, which is singles, 222s or 224s or 422s, giving way to two-axle machines, either 240s, 4042s, or 440s, with Atlantics coming in towards the end of the decade. Fairly standard machines. Now the Dutch locomotive engineer goes out to the Dutch East Indies, and he is in heaven. He gets to be as complicated as he likes. He gets to think. He's got gradients of 1 in 20 to 1 in 10 to think about. He's got meter gauge to work with, which is something he's not really used to. He's got all sorts of fun he can have, and all sorts of way. And because it's colonial railways, he's trying to build them to be cost effective. Which means that he has to think in terms of cost effectiveness for the railway construction, which is why you see meter gauge proliferate. It gives a good mix between capability and cost in terms of, and also future proofing in terms of locomotives. Because as we do see, meter gauge locomotives get very, very big, or can get very, very big. You see a lot of rack coming in. Basically, the Dutch East Indies are where mad railway ideas come to propagate. You see things there that we don't see anywhere else in the world. Like, 212-0 banking meter gauge tank engines. The only 12-couple tank engines we see in other parts of the world are the rack tank engines on the standard gauge in Austria, for the line up the Iron Mountain. And there's, I think, because a couple of 12-couple machines in the US, but those aren't tank engines, the big ones that the UP decides they're going to build for work on the planes. There's a 14-couple tank engine built in Bulgaria, but, yes, sorry, the 7-couple, which is just, yes, Bulgaria, just, well done. You wanted a tank engine that has 7 wheels on each side, just, well done. That thing's still preserved, by the way, which is hilarious.
I seriously think it'd be fun to watch you have a conversation with Gareth on this.
Oh, I have no doubt. You and Drack'll be debating the finer points of ship design. Me and Gareth will just be absolutely going at it on locomotives, and then we'll have two pairs of people just absolutely going at it in discussions on the trips, which makes it one more pair than we had before.
Oh, in the nicest way, I'll be diving between both groups quite happily.
Yippee-ki-yay.
So
See-
will Drac.
Yeah.
See, this is one of the things that I'm
Remember, Drac's original career, civil engineer.
Yeah. See, this is the. See, this is like I may be a naval and military historian now, but I cut my teeth on locomotives, rolling stock, and track. Oh yes.
That's what makes it distressing in a way. You seem to have missed out so much about South American.
Oh no! Oh
railway
no!
development.
Oh no! I'm aware of South America. I am very well aware of South America. I haven't forgotten the Transandean debacles and the switchbacks in Peru, nor have I forgotten Argentina's flirtations with broad gauge. Or perhaps, you know, the fact that they decided to build the Transandean to meter gauge when the rest of the Argentine railway network, at least running from Buenos Aires outwards, was broad gauge, because why not, I guess? Why not?
Okay, Fleet.
Yes.
Your anorak collection is really interesting and really fun.
You make the
Does
anorak joke again, I send you to the brig! I will...
You can't.
Don't worry, Philippe. She's got her lockpicks.
Yes. Anyway, but can we get back to stuff that half
Yeah, let's
people
get
actually
back on.
understand?
Wow. Yeah, this is what happens when Fleet gets trains in his blood.
Because naval history is niche. Train history.
It's more
As someone who
mainstream.
even like-
It's more mainstream,
as
funnily enough.
Debatable.
Yes, mainstream maybe. But I'm interesting for anyone who's not 70. Really?
Looks at the massive
Like-
takings Preserve Railways get every year.
Yep. But also, Fleet, counterpoint, as someone who's actively who's lived around railway museums their entire life, literally one including like 5 minutes walk away, basically, the average amount of people they get that actually have any interest in the trains is very slim, unfortunately. Especially their history.
Look, all I'm going to say is big train equal much cool. That's most people's, including my understanding of them.
Sad Fleet noises.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I still remember being at the York National Rail Museum in the UK, and someone saying that must be the faster train because its paint scheme's cooler.
Honestly,
ABC, take a look at the DM I sent you. You don't want me to have to do it.
You know, in a couple of cases they might be right, but not due to the paint scheme. But usually a nicer paint scheme did usually denote a faster train to at least a degree. Looking at you, A4s.
I will very, very quickly answer this question. Meep, thoughts on the 1404 doing a tour of the UK like Flying Scotsman did of the USA? Physically impossible.
Yes, Bountiful Ghost, that just is Fleet.
Cyclic, do you want to explain why 1404 physically can't run on the UK's
I'll
railway
let you
network?
do it.
No, please, you're the American here.
Isn't it?
No, I'm gonna let you do it.
Oh, fine. Simple.
You're the
She's
train
fan
here.
She's farcically too large. She won't fit through any of the stations, tunnels, over any of the bridges. Like, the USA's loading gauge is so farcically larger than ours, it's not even funny. And even then, 1404 can't go everywhere in the US.
Wait.
She can't-
Are you telling me that mucho big is not mucho good?
Not in this case, no.
The internet lied
Ghost,
to
I'm
me.
not gonna ask you again. Delete it or I will.
What's happening?
I don't know, and I think I'm leaving Cyclic to deal with it.
Yep, best way of doing
Yeah.
it. Was that a Discord one, I believe you sent?
That
Or was it
wa-
a...
No, funnily enough, that was
No, that was
a-
it, right. So now, we're on to a Discord one again then. I think I know what the next one is, but...
I'll find it. Fleet's got it. Fleet's definitely got it. For
Do
some
you?
reason-
Do you now?
Look, somebody has to.
See, there's a reason why I've been writing a list, please.
Oh no, it never ends.
It's literally only just begun.
I know, but it'll never end. You've,
that's the intention,
you've
to a
become
degree.
my version of me. Only Dr.
Yeah, but
Clark
it's just
will
more,
understand
it's
what
just
that
more
means.
amusing, though, for when everyone else keeps sort of going... So, just how many questions are we up to at this point? Does this question have any hope of being answered?
No.
I will apologise
By the
to
way,
anyone who do.
I will appoint Runon as a Runon, who's very nicely sorting out programs and software and putting together all sorts of bots to assist me, and is happy to share them. The going rate is a large amount of Iron Brew 1901 being sent to them.
Yes. Ah, here we go.
But
AMC Woods
Will
asks, what if a fleet of Royal Navy first and second rates...
you missed one.
Did I?
Yep.
What did I miss?
What science fiction universe is the biggest in terms
Oh,
of scale?
yes. Oh, that's very easy. The universe that has the Zilly in it. Like, that is just... It's so far beyond anything else, it's not even
I'm
funny.
trying. Yeah.
Well, no, the Zeely don't count because they're multi-universal.
It-
So they're not
it's-
one
no, they're-
universe.
It's still a science fiction universe codified in one set of books. It's...
Like where
No problem.
trillions die each day is when trillions dying each day is a good day.
And where the humans are so overpowered compared to literally any other sci-fi universe, it's not even funny. And they are literally like cavemen compared to the people they're fighting. It's aggressively silly. But I don't have enough knowledge to go apart from like you know how overpowered people think 40k is compared to everything else? 40k doesn't have literally anything on the Zilliverse. That's all I'm gonna say. Moving swiftly on to the next question, which is 96831 on YouTube. Question 6. What would USS Wasp CV-7, if built as a subclass of the Yorktown class, be used in the Atlantic, or would she go to the Pacific? So basically, if Wasp is basically another Hornet. In essence.
She's used in the Pacific.
Yeah, she's a Pacific
Like-
carrier. Easy.
I say this. I feel like I have to say this a lot, but the reason Ranger didn't get the same treatment is Ranger didn't have a torpedo magazine.
That was not the only problem with her.
That was the major sticking point, though.
That was a major sticking point. But let's be honest, Admiral King's view of her operating characteristics was bad enough as a ship, and he knew what he was talking about because he had been a carrier captain.
Yeah.
That Admiral King, that well-known Anglophone, was actually agreeing with asking for HMS Victorious rather than sending her to Pacific.
Yeah.
That's how bad her operating characteristics were.
But
He wasn't
again,
prepared to use her as a fighter carrier in the Pacific.
So when you look at Wasp and everything like that, right? Wasp, yeah, she's got problems. She's got serious problems, but she's capable of being operated
Mm-hmm.
in the threat environment. She's gonna get used. So if Yorktown was built like that, or Hornet, whatever carrier, I've already forgotten, then that's going to be the case. I'm still personally of the opinion we would have been better off just lying a little bit about the Yorktown class and running with it that way,
Honestly,
or
it would
pulling
have
the
been
same
better.
thing
Yes.
we pulled with the Sodax of, well, at peacetime loading, they're fine.
I feel a lot of things with the naval treaties would have been easier with just a bit of lying.
Everyone else was doing it. I
Yeah.
don't know why the Americans didn't.
They did.
We did.
They did.
The
So did
South
the British.
Dakota.
But neither of us lied enough, really.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
Have you seen the Lexington class?
Yeah.
They claim they are exactly the limit, the exact limits they are supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like the U.S. Navy would have been dramatically better served if she was just another Yorktown. But I mean, in the end, that's not going to have a war-changing impact
No.
or even battle-changing impact.
Fleet's
So.
gonna lose his marbles. Oh wait,
You still have marbles to lose?
I have 2.
You know, we keep asking him this.
I have 2 marbles, they rattle around inside my head, and that gives you normal fleet. When they bang together, I have a moment of clarity and good ideas.
See, I'm skeptical about that. I don't think he actually
I
has
am
2
also
marbles.
dragon.
I think he
have
might have
good
at
ideas.
most 1 marble,
I
but
mean,
it's actually
look at
split
this.
into 2, and he thinks
I mean,
it's 2
this-
currently.
I mean, this Drake's drum thing is attracting all sorts of people, so it must be
It's
a good
one
idea.
marble that's just cracked.
Yeah, it's split
Split.
in 2, and that's the reason why he thinks he's got 2 marbles left, because it's actually just 2 halves of 1.
It'll never end.
And occasionally, when they clack together, is when he thinks the 2 of them have hit, but it's actually just them trying to reform and failing.
I'll never hear it.
Ugh.
Fleet's losing his goddamn mind. Fleet's losing his goddamn mind. AMC Woods asks...
I object to that on accuracy statement because that suggests you have it to lose it in the first place.
Now
Indeed.
look, you're putting me to... Like, if I was mad, would you be getting me in touch with the people you're planning on getting me in touch with? Because surely they wouldn't
Yes.
work with a madman.
Of course.
But most people are mad. There's just
Please,
dwindling
you
levels.
haven't seen Academia, have
Yeah,
you?
Dragon, you haven't
Yeah.
seen the revised list.
I don't need to see the revised
Yes,
list.
you do.
All I know is it's making you panic, and it's glorious.
I'm having stupidly high imposter syndrome. You have no idea.
But all I'm gonna say is anyone
I
who
think
says
it's gonna be
everyone's
fun.
not mad hasn't worked with the
And I
civil
still
service
keep
before.
telling you, Dr. Clark, I need to start putting balance in
As
place
some-
because any later will
as
be
some-
too late.
As someone who has had to deal with
No, it always
being in
goes without
retail,
saying.
Good.
everyone's mad.
Anyway, moving swiftly onwards, AMC Woods asks, what if a fleet of Royal Navy first and second rates, with crews and ammo / supplies for about a year of operations, were sent back in time to the time of the First or Second Punic War? In terms of who they end up fighting for, I will leave that up to the panel to discuss. So basically, okay, so to simplify, a fleet, and I'll let Dr. Clark say what size a fleet is, because I assume there's an official term for the size of a Royal Navy fleet during the Age of Sail. Fudge, there isn't. Okay, so a force of...
Which fleet is it? A Channel fleet, a Mediterranean fleet? Is it? You know,
I'm going to
Yeah.
use my OP Please Nerf host powers to make a judgment.
I agree, Phoenix. I agree entirely.
Oh, no, he's changed
Cafego
it.
de Lenda Est.
Oh my god.
What?
He's clarified, and oh dear. What if a fleet of 30 Royal Navy first and second rates with crew and ammo supplies and ammo / supplies for about a year of operations were sent back in time to the time of the First and Second Punic War? In terms of who they end up fighting for, I will leave that up to the panel to discuss. Simple. If you have 30 first and second rates with full crews and ammo and supplies for a year of operations, I'm sorry, they don't end up fighting for anybody. There are enough men, including Royal Marines, on those ships to go off and found the UK millennia earlier than it should be. And no one can stop them.
Well, no. Well,
Except for the millions of British tribesmen that are
They
on
have
the fucking British Isles.
they have ammo and supplies for
No,
a year
there
of
aren't-
operations, and that includes
there aren't,
musketry
there aren't
ammunition.
millions.
Okay, yeah, well, hundreds of thousands.
No, it's not even hundreds of thousands. You're not talking. It's not that massive a population.
Okay, the 20
honestly-
tribesmen that lived in that single swamp that's now known as London.
Oh wow, people with spears and
Uh.
axes against musketry and bayonets
Yeah,
and
The
cannons.
Yeah,
chariots. You're forgetting the chariots.
yeah, you're forgetting the chariots
And-
the
And
cavalry.
horses that have never heard gunfire before. How familiar with horses are you?
Unfortunately, quite familiar.
They've never heard gunfire before, and also
They've
we have
never
cannon.
heard gunfire
Yeah.
before.
We have cannon.
I would
don't-
say it's going to be a very interesting scenario, but I think I love the way you think they're going to go and take over the UK. They
I
might well
don't
decide
think
to
that's
take over
possible,
somewhere
but like,
warmer and nicer. They might decide to take over somewhere warmer and nicer. With that
Yeah.
fleet, they can go and take over. They could go and take over Sicily if they really fancied it.
I mean, heck, they could sail across
Um,
the Atlantic and colonize the US.
Maybe.
Well, you know,
But-
they can take wherever they like.
and find all
can
sorts
set up-
of new and fun diseases that they are not prepared for.
Yeah, but Fleet, you have to remember that this is before Britain becomes livable by a
What
large
are
population.
you what?
No,
Uh,
because, no, it's before the massive land clearances you get to give places like East Anglia to be to be able to produce large
In fact,
amounts
he
of
has a fair
grain.
point here, Fleet. A lot
It's
of
before the
areas are
clearing of the
currently
Midlands.
underwater. Like,
The
All
UK
of
currently is
Cambridgeshire is
forest
underwater, basically.
or marsh,
Yes.
or it's the north,
Yeah,
and you don't want to live in the north.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to live in the north.
Yeah, I
You have to
do.
deal with the Scot.
I
Foxo.
think what you probably find is they go to the Caribbean and take over the Caribbean.
Would probably make the best option.
Yeah, most likely.
And then create a conspiracy theorist's worst nightmare.
And then die to a hurricane.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably.
Or malaria,
all the
or
mosquitoes.
dengue, or, these fun diseases.
Yes, fun times. Yeah, it's probably continental United States.
Yes, but if they
It's
talk
not
from
though.
that period, then they do actually have some knowledge, and those are the ships which are going to have doctors aboard. Those are the ships which are going to have shipwrights and carpenters aboard. Those are the ships which are, because they're first rates and second rates, they are going to have a lot of skilled professionals aboard.
Along with...
And
more-
they're going to have a lot of women and children. Because those are the ships where a lot of families went.
And, of course, let's not forget that if we're talking about... what would the standard marine complement be for a first rate by the time of Trafalgar?
Ooh.
Like a quick
You've got you've probably got a decent sized 60 platoon, a 60 sort of a 60 or so, roughly.
So you're looking
Maybe over
at...
100. Over 100.
So we're looking at possibly 3,000 men with musketry, plus artillery, that they can put ashore.
Plus the sailors are trained.
Yeah.
Plus the sailors.
Yeah, not as I say, not
Well-
including the sailors and like, there's no force on the planet that can stand against them at sea or on land. They can do whatever the hell they like. There is literally no force on that
So you're
world.
saying Victory carried 165 Marines.
But that seems like an
Yeah.
outlier in terms of. Should we go for 100 as a nice middle ground?
She's a flagship, so roughly 100. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't
Yeah.
think they fight for either side. To be perfectly blunt.
Because it's not their Britain. Like, it's not even a Britain. It's individual tribes versus the Romans, largely.
Yeah.
It'll be a very
It's
long
still
time until
Celtic.
it's their Britain.
Yeah, it's not even Old English, it's pre-Saxon Britain.
Yeah. But
So-
no, what I mean is they don't take either side in the First or Second Punic War. It's not
Yeah.
their problem.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Like, maybe if a few of them are feeling vindictive, go and bombard the Netherlands a bit, then leave, but
There's
I don't
nothing
see that
there.
really being an actual
There's
thing.
nothing
There is literally
There's
nothing
There's
there.
nothing there.
Just make
Most
sure it
of
doesn't
it's
come
underwater.
back. Just make sure it doesn't occur to begin with.
Oh no, you just go kill some of the original Proto-Flemish people.
Ugh.
Because the tribes that have become the...
You might.
Correctly.
I mean, in all honesty, the choices are you either settle in the westernmost part of the British Isles and build up slowly from there, so Cornwall down that area, and build up slowly from there, or you sail to the United States, the east coast of the United States. The most realistic and practical option, though, is Cornwall. Set up a base in Cornwall, rotate your ships through, conserve your powder, set up shipwrights, try and get powder production going, try and get mining going, try and get some form of basic production of replacement parts and things going, and just gradually, slowly expand across what to you is the United Kingdom. And presumably by the time you get to 200 years, by the time the Romans actually get to you, you probably just tell Caesar to go away by meeting him in the channel with a ship of the line. Which may, honestly, given the time frame, depending on how well the colonization's gone, may or may not be steam driven.
No.
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 Unless they have a
No.
vast number of steam engineers, which I doubt.
No.
That's
But in the
not how
nicest
that
way, the more likely thing is, why would you be why would you be waiting? Because most of these people, again, they're going to be naval officers this time, like to take history books to sea with them. They know exactly when the Romans start coming for them. The odds are they might decide to. They might after if it depends again when they turn up, and if they turn up during the first Punic War. By the second Punic War, if they've got all these things set up at home in the UK, they might send a small squadron. It wouldn't need to be more than 2 or 3 ships. Go and take part in the Punic War and smash the Roman fleet, and make sure the in a nice way they could go through the fleet, smash them in the smash them. The Romans would think the Romans would have no frame of reference for it, and then
Probably claim it's Neptune's wrath or something.
Well, yeah. In which case, it could change the balance of naval power and keep the war going for longer. And Carthage could, I doubt they win, but Carthage could end. The Romans could end up being far more damaged by the Punic Wars.
Honestly, if it's Second Punic, if you bash Rome's overseas campaigns, and bear in mind that, to be blunt, given some of the victories that oh, for God's sake, I've forgotten his name. Hannibal, thank you, is winning.
Or Scipio Africanus.
Yeah, like if you give Scipio Africanus no chance to become Scipio Africanus because his fleet dies on the way to Africa, at that point, Hannibal's got Rome by the short and curlies. There is no turnaround in the second half.
On the other hand, are you sure you want this to happen to Rome?
No. What I'm saying is, this British Expeditionary Force they are the kingmaker. They decide who wins.
I mean, the thing
and
that
they can decide both sides lose.
Yeah.
They could take out both fleets.
Or heck, even land a small force to just influence the outcome of a battle.
No point.
No, if you land a force, you're immediately committed, and you're also admitting you're involved. You can destroy these fleets with your firepower. Just be these leviathans coming out. Look, think about how big these ships are compared to the ships they're using. Yes, they've got quadriremes. Yes, they've got quinquemarines.
Oh yeah, it's just
and decamarines and all those things. But you're talking about an entirely different spectrum of ship that's going to be belching fire.
Like, remember, Rome at this point already knows the seas hate them. Like, Rome has never really had a good campaign at sea. They've had acceptable enough, but never good. If something like a couple of these ships come out shooting, fire and shell, blowing up ships left, right, and center, that's probably going to make them very worried for a while. What were they? Where did they come from? Will they come back?
So I think the interesting thing is you probably have somewhere like Malta is set up as a forward base in the Mediterranean. I wouldn't be surprised if the British fleet, being the British fleet, does take over Gibraltar and Malta. If the Romans find that they've been fortified by a mysterious power.
Next question is from Knight6831 on YouTube, who asks, how much trouble could USS Wasp, if built as a subclass of the Yorktowns, cause in the Med for the Axis? Well, first of all, allow me to preface my answer with, You're sending an armoured carrier into the Mediterranean? Are you bloody mad?
Before 1944.
Secondly, it's a Fleet Corps 10 is going to have a field day. Like, I get that she's a Yorktown now, and I get that she'll probably have escort, and I get that she might have better fighters in the form of Wildcats. But I'm sorry.
1,000 kg bombs.
My question on this one. My question on this one is this before or after the U.S. learned how to do fighter control?
I think. Do we have the time to answer both of those scenarios?
Because the answer beforehand is she goes down catastrophically.
Oh God.
The answer afterwards is if you know that you're not going to be doing serious anti-shipping work with her, you're not bringing your torpedo bombers along.
Nope.
Or you're bringing a reduced complement of them. because you've probably got capital ships coming by that are doing the screening against that anyways. You're running convoy escort, I'm assuming, is the scenario here.
I'd hope.
Which means there's capital ships riding shotgun for that too. And the carrier is there to provide the screen against air attack. And in that, as well as some scouting. And in that case, that means you're running predominantly fighters with a scout dive bombing squadron as well. And so if this is after the US learns how to do fighter control, between the radar and how the US learns to do it against mass raids and the better fighters, you're in a scenario where Flieger Corps 10 may get annihilated rather quickly.
I think it's kind of like the later war scenario when they find themselves against the bigger British carriers. That's pretty much what happens to them in their air attacks. But the trouble is, it's a case of that's after the British have stopped taking a lot of extra weapon systems on the carriers. But I would add, the problem is Flieger Corps 10 gets a lot of good press. And they do deserve it in some regards, but sometimes people treat them as if they're gods of war or something, and they're not.
They're not.
They do a very good job when they get the chance to, but they're not gods of war.
No.
And that's the reality. They're going to find themselves in trouble in this scenario, because what are they fighting? If they are fighting the end of war, any time they go up against in the end of war against the Fleet Air Arm or the Royal Navy or the USN, they're in trouble, because those forces by that point are hardened when it comes to air defense at sea. There's the whole thing that at the end of the war, the Royal Navy is quite literally sniping at Japanese bombers with their 5.25-inch guns, because they know the Japanese have worked out where the American 5-inch range is, and so they're orbiting at that range, and the British are going, yeah, but we can hit further than that. So, yes, Americans, you keep them in the place where they think they're safe, and we'll torture them.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's the scenario you're dealing with. So, yeah, I don't think this necessarily works out like some might expect it to work out. I think that probably I don't think Flieger Corps 10 do well in this scenario if it's later in the war. If it's earlier in the war, then
before the US learns how to do fighter direction and they're all talking over themselves on the same radio net and can't coordinate and can't communicate, then if Flieger Corps 10 does a massed attack, the ship's going down. If that is their target. Now, if they're targeting the convoy and not the carrier, then the carrier may still be there, and then they have a problem because they're going to get bounced on the way out and shredded. Stukas are not survivable against fighters.
Nope, absolutely not.
Didn't Flieger Corps 10 end up getting aerial escort by the Italians and their own 109s?
It's not going to help.
I would point out the Italians have their own fighters. They don't always use German Bf-109s. In fact,
I'm more thinking that they had their own German Bf-109s. They also were attached with Italian.
Depends on where in the Mediterranean it's taking place, and if the fighters can reach out that far.
The Italians had quite good fighters for the early war, if I remember correctly.
They did, but again, it depends entirely on range. But it's a bit of a moot point in terms of changing the outcome overall. It's not on the way in they're worried about being bounced. It's on the way out.
Well, even on the way in, against the kind of numbers of fighters that a U.S. carrier in this scenario, we're talking 3 squadrons, if I'm going off of memory, worth of fighters acting defensively. Maybe more. I don't remember off the top of my head, and it depends on if they want the scout bombers on there anyways. Which, by the way, the scout bombers are also capable of engaging Stukas pretty handedly.
Well, Well, let's be honest. The Stukas, the thing that they are one of the things which help a few skewer pilots make ace, let alone Fulmar pilots.
Like,
The
Stukas
Stukas
are slow with ordnance or not. With those heavy armor-piercing bombs, they're barely able to stay in the air.
Mm-hmm.
But even if you send a 12 fighters as an escort, that's not enough. Those fighters are going to get peeled off in their own engagements, and then the rest of the fighters are free to attack the formation. Like that's the problem. Once you get a large carrier in there and it's devoted to the air defense of the formation, trying to get enough fighters out to effectively defend your strike, like the Japanese would run into this problem in the Pacific quite a lot. The Zero's riding escort would get taken up doing their job, going after the fighters, right? But they're only capable of going after one target at a time. You know, this is a fact of fighters of this era. You have to dogfight to go after enemy fighters. They're not really able to push fighters away if there are more fighters than they have.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, there is an assumption that, you know, with land bases you can do this, but the other thing you've got to remember is both the Luftwaffe and the Italian Air Force are being kind of hard-pressed by other things going on. This little thing called the invasion of the Soviet Union after a certain point as well. And then there's the awkward part of once the US is in the war and the B-17s have shown up in England, that.
Look, B-17s are very friendly. They like to say hello on a regular occasion.
They absolutely love to deliver presents to German cities.
Yay!
Yes.
Happy present time.
Something about sown the wind, reap the whirlwind.
Yippee-ki-yay. Again. Where was I? Okay, so we did that one. Next question from,
Gunnery officer, I believe.
no, from Benno.
The benefits.
Hey, hello, Benno.
How much money would it take to remake a 1-to-1 Congo class? I'm going to cut everyone else off for a second and very quickly say this. In order to actually calculate that and give a reasonable answer, we'd have to go away and calculate the funds required to get the dockyard space to build it, the slipway to house it, a dry dock to fit it out in, and also the infrastructure required to rebuild the armor plate rolling mills, the steam turbine manufacturing plants, where to get the coal and oil, where to get the coal-fired boilers if we're fitting it with coal-fired boilers is built, or where to get the oil-fired boilers if we're fitting it with oil-fired boilers as rebuilt, where to get the guns forged if we're not making replicas, where are we getting the superstructure from? In short, to actually calculate the cost would take months of actual work. Suffice to say, to very quickly sum up and move on, it would cost more money than perhaps building a straight-up Kato Bar conventional carrier of about 50,000 tons. Perhaps
I think
substantially
Elon
more.
Musk could just about afford it. I think that's more a question for Elon Musk than us. I think he could probably afford it.
Potentially.
Yeah, but that's about where I'm going to leave that, because anything else on that topic
I don't
is...
think you get much change from about 5 to 7 billion pounds.
And I think you're being generous there, Dr. Clark, quite frankly.
Well, I was working out the oil-fired boilers I can buy from Poland.
Yeah.
If they still build them. And I was going mentally through the list of going where you can get it. Where you can get proximities. If you want to get an accurate boiler, though, a boiler which is period accurate, that's going to cost you a lot more. So it's a case of how accurate do you want to be to the original design?
Where... So that is the next. So let me see. That's that. That's the next Discord question. So keep that locked in because that'll be a very quick one to answer. Next is a question from Wonka Gaming on YouTube. Why are Mauser bolt action rifles, I assume, so popular in the late 1890s and 1900s? Surely there are other action and rifles that are better or comparable. I don't actually know. Firearms is not my area of expertise. This is one question where I would kind of like. I know this is going to make a lot of the panel want to shoot me. I wish I had Southerner here with me. He'd know the answer to that question. It's one of the things.
What was anyone who actually knows about guns?
Yeah.
Repeat the question,
What was
please.
the question?
Why are Mauser bolt action,
Something's
presumably
about
rifles, so popular in the late 1890s and 1900s?
Oh, like
Surely
the
there
Mauser
are-
Action?
Yes. Surely there are other action and rifles that are better or comparable.
There are. However, the Mauser
That was
Action,
cheap.
it's very economical. It's very reliable. It just works. I mean, yes, you have the is it the Enfield action or the Lee action? I don't remember which name goes to which on the Lee Enfield, but that's another good action of the period. But broadly speaking, the Mauser's relatively simple. It's really reliable. It's really strong. That's not to say other actions are bad. It's just the Mauser one's an economical one to do.
It's good enough and you can equip an army with them without breaking the bank.
There's a reason
I mean,
why.
I wouldn't even say it's good enough. It is the standard by which everything is judged.
There's a reason why the Ottoman Empire loved it.
Yeah, but the Ottomans are a bad example. They had no money.
I wouldn't say the Ottomans had no money. It's just
The
that
U.S. Army M1903.
Yeah,
The
US Army.
Swedes. Right, there's a bunch of armies out there that use it. It also is dramatically helped outside of the U.S. context with Mauser production capability. They could make
go to
for a lot. They made a lot of these orders, right? It's the rifle you can get. It's a good rifle. It's affordable. It's the standard by which everything's judged. The easiest comparison I can say on the modern side of things is the AR-15.
Chris on Discord asks, and I'm clanking my head to one side here to look at this. What would the combat capabilities be if this thing showed up to Guadalcanal in 1942? And there's a very, very cursed hand-drawn image
Just go.
of... Oh no, I'll be quick! And no one else has to look at this. I'll be quick.
Oh, I've already hacked you.
Of the Atlanta, which is a very, 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 very silly design of a battleship size that landed with lots of 5-inch guns, which is extremely tall. I can tell you what happens. It's really quite simple. It arrives, its rudder goes over to port, the ship heels and turns over, and voila! It's HMS Captain's long-lost descendant. There you go. That's your combat capability for you.
Yeah.
Moving swiftly on, because I refuse to give that any more time. It's, I mean, as an artistic
You haven't
thing goes,
seen
it's
that.
nice.
You haven't seen. Actually, you'll probably see the Agincourt one later and shoot me now.
Knight6831 asks a question for which I'm very glad Guy is here. Question 8. Why did the Dutch build 9 coast defense battleships? Well, first of all, they weren't coast defense battleships, they were coast defense ships. Difference entirely. But the reason the Dutch went with coast defense ships is they couldn't afford to build full-on pre-dreadnoughts at home. And one of the things the Dutch wanted to do, I believe, was build their ships for their fleet at home if they could. And it was also in this period where... They were also built in this period, most of them, where there was an understanding that you could build coast defense ships that would be a reasonable deterrent to battleships. This brief period from the 1880s through to the 1910s, where that still stood. Unless Guy wants to correct me on that.
To my understanding, it was mostly just because kind of like a more cost-effective option. At this point in time, we did not really have any major threat, so to say, to
Japan hadn't-
consider.
Yeah, Japan wasn't on the stage yet.
Japan wasn't at, it wasn't at the point where it wasn't just like the main thing from a naval standpoint to take into account. So it was mostly just like, well, at this point we don't really need any really major naval presence. So getting coast defense ships just to, well, effectively just defend the coast.
Scare off any
That was just
cruisers
good
that
enough.
show up in the Dutch East Indies.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Right.
I hyperinflated
Right
my...
then, I'm just going to apologise. I've run out of liquid, so I'm going to go before I start coughing.
Lovely to have you as
because
always,
usually
Dr. Clark.
Once I've run out of liquid, it doesn't take long for me to start coughing. So take care.
I'll see
Thank you
you,
very much for
I'll
having
see
me,
you
and-
later. At some point, I'm sure.
Have fun.
Have a good evening, Clark.
Goodbye.
Doodles.
Have a good one.
Goodbye.
Now back to Discord. I hyperinflated my...
There is a question on Discord I do want to make sure we get to as well.
Okay.
It's a relative way down still, unfortunately, but yeah.
I'll get to it. I'm going to try really picking up the pace. I hyperinflated my Minecraft economy asks, you've been tasked by the IGN to take a Yamato blueprint and turn it into an aircraft carrier, presumably aircraft carrier template for future IGN carriers. How will you design it? Well, first of all, I'm taking the person who asked me to do this.
You're a Japanese designer. You take your task and you do it to the best of your ability, even if it isn't.
I
perfect.
would rather commit seppuku.
Designing the Yamato as an aircraft carrier?
I
I would
and then
rather
not-
throw myself
but
out of a window.
Not even just that, though, Philippe, but also to then influence the rest of Japanese carrier developments from there.
Yeah, I think this task must have been issued by the army, because that's how self-defeating it is for IGN carriers and carrier doctrine as a whole.
Yeah, they had some reason. They had some reasonable designs. They were not Shinano.
Yeah, but also
So,
Japan.
there's my answer to that question.
Yeah, but also Japan needs the Yamatos. They need they need an injection of modern fast capital ships, because the Congos ain't cutting it.
I mean, are we talking like pre-war here or
Pre-war.
during the war?
Pre-war.
Okay, pre-war. Yeah, no, they need the Yamatos.
Like during the war, things change, but pre-war, no, you need the injection of modern fast capital ships. Because like everyone focused on the Yamatos being big, nasty, strong ships. I'm going, no, they're just Japan's take on a modern fast capital ship. The fact
Well,
they're
no,
bigger
they're
is
not.
influenced
They're
by...
not. They have an explicit requirement to be able to take on multiple battleships at once and
Yes.
have a good shot of winning.
Yes, but what I was going to say is the fact that they can do that is influenced by Japan's geostrategic situation.
I wouldn't even say influenced by, like they're explicitly designed from the ground up to do that, and they make compromises to do it. They're not just Japan's take on the modern fast battleship. They had some of those. They were not what they went with. I do think it was the better choice because they were only going to be able to build X amount of battleships at a time anyways. So, but like they're not just Japan's take on the modern fast battleship. This also makes them worse for carrier conversion, but to reference what Phoenix has said here, anytime you take a battleship design and try to make it an aircraft carrier, you compromise its capabilities as an aircraft carrier. You can do it based on battle cruisers if you catch it early enough, but anytime you take a battleship, you get a compromised aircraft carrier.
Yep, basically. So that was a Discord question. Knight6831 asked, question 9, related again to the Dutch. Why did the Dutch only build one Sumatra, one Koning, and Wilhelmina de Nederland, and 3 Batch 1 and 3 Batch 2 Holland class protected cruisers. Same reasons as we already listed for the coast defense ships. At the time they're being built, the Netherlands doesn't really have any geostrategic or political threats. The Germans aren't going to go to war with them, the British aren't going to go to war with them, the French aren't going to go to war with them. They need small but relatively effective protected cruisers to protect trade, bully natives, and show the flag. And that is what those ships are there for. Next... that's actually a fairly simple one to answer. Next... question from Discord.
This should be the gunnery officer one. Not the one that Cyclic's after, I believe.
A lot of these are just discussions. Here we go. Your typical gunnery officer asks, my first question for the day. Why did US tanks from M48 to M60 have cupolas, and then why did they remove it with the Abrams? Do you think they're useless in combat? I don't think they're useless in combat, but I think we have better ways to do it in the modern era, to do the capabilities cupolas provide. But that's my take, but I'm no expert.
The reason they did it is simple. Visual profile. That and a lot of those cupolas relied on direct vision rather than periscopes. They were also intended as a way to be able to use the machine gun while under armor. They came up with a better way to do that on the Abrams. You can use that machine gun even before Crows and all that. You could use that machine gun as the tank commander while you're protected. And they would have had to redesign a cupola anyways because those were designed around a different machine gun that didn't end up working out. Depending on what unit you were, you can sort of sub out the working out for working at all. But it was largely as part of an effort to get a lower profile tank. You know, people like to hammer on about how high up the, Abrams or Leopard 2 or Challenger are, but like you look at an M60 and M48, those tanks are tall. Like far, far too tall. The Israelis straight up got rid of on their M48s as fairly early. They got rid of that cupola for that concern. Because a commander with their head out is a significantly harder target to spot than that smooth, domed, non-natural looking cupola with all that glass on it to reflect. But yeah, that's the reason the US went away from them.
Well, why did they have them to begin with then?
The idea was so that you could use the 50 cal under armor. And to try to get better vision while under armor. Because if you look at the late war, if you look at the late war Shermans, they have a small little cupola on them, nothing that big, but you can't use the 50 cals on the Shermans without exposing yourself. Either if it's a low mount 50 cal by standing up in the hatch and having most of your entire torso exposed, or in the case of most of them, literally getting out of your position and standing on the back of the tank. And so the idea was to open that up to that, and the role of the 50 cal was for high angle fire, both at buildings and aircraft and stuff like that. And so they had to come up with a way to get the elevation, and one thing led to another, and you start looking at a cupola like that. Until you get around to the more modern mount that you see on the Abrams, which in and of itself allows high angle fire. The 50 cal on U.S. tanks is around primarily as a low-end air defense weapon. Are we going to go on to the next question?
Late. Late.
Fleet, are you alive there, bud?
Oh,
Fleet
he's
is
dead.
dead.
Okay, well, until Fleet returns, I got a quick question for you about the components then.
Okay.
Then, forgive me if I'm wrong, but isn't the main machine gun arm on a tank traditionally the coaxial for engaging infantry targets?
Yep.
Then
It's
why
actually,
did
you could argue, the
Americans,
primary weapon of the tank.
then why did the Americans see the need to add the roof-mounted 50 cal?
For air
When-
defense. You're not getting
Cheap.
you're not getting the coax up to engage like that.
Whereas if you have some poor bloke who's getting a free ride stand on the back of the tank with a 50 cal pointing up, in the case of Shermans potentially, or just others, have an actual crewman to do it, like the commander. You can get that coax around much you can get the, what's it called, roof mounted one around far quicker than the coax, because the coax will never reach as high an angle as needed.
I mean, and then my question becomes, in the jet era, is the 50 cal, well, I think you could get 12 in a tank platoon, because the platoon's 12 tanks, or is it 6?
So very quickly, post World War II, the U.S. platoon went from 5 to 4.
Okay. So if we went to the 550 cals, how is that valid air defense in the jet era?
Well, for
Enough
one,
to
at that
compromise-
point, helicopters are probably the singular main target of it, but you can deter with, realistically, you're not seeing a tank platoon.
Mike's acting up Foxhome.
Okay.
Realistically, it's not a tank platoon by themselves unless you're talking the Marine Corps, in which case they're supporting infantry, which are going to have plenty of other weapons. But you're going to be talking 10 to 40 tanks, realistically, in the thought process there. That's company to battalion, and that sort of massed amount of tracer fire is going to be giving the pilot something other to think about than getting the unguided ordnance on target precisely enough to knock out tanks. That is something that is rather hard to do with unguided ordnance. But the main purpose by the time of the jet era is engaging helicopters that may be doing artillery spotting, that may be doing scouting, or maybe trying to do their own attacks. As well as, you've had the 50 cal on the roof of the tank, right, during World War II. It's also now very clear that having an intermediary between your rifle caliber machine gun, that is your coax, and the main gun of the tank is very useful for engaging targets like trucks that you don't want to leave operational in your wake, or servicing a target that isn't an immediate threat to the tank but could be a problem for infantry. Like a guy in a window. You don't have a very clear shot of him, or he's like shooting through a hole in a wall. Well,
Remove
your
the wall.
rifle caliber machine gun isn't likely to be that able to suppress him or neutralize him. The cannon is going to be overkill, and you have very limited rounds of ammunition of that. Whereas a quick burst of 50 cal will probably neutralize the target. And I believe Fleet is back now, I think.
I'm
Yeah,
here.
it sounds like it.
I'm here. I'm
I
back
was-
from getting my cup of tea, but I just didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, I was going to ask more questions.
I'm sorry, look, I have to keep moving.
Well, yeah, because we're currently at like 15 of 27.
Question 10 from Knight on YouTube. If one Zeven Provincian, Jacob van Hemsrik, Martin Hartpert Zoon Tromp,
Maarten Harpertson Tromp.
Konigan Regentes, and 3 Everts.
Just let Guy pronounce the names.
It's on YouTube.
Because you're butchering
it's
them
question
bad.
10 on the YouTube live chat, Guy.
I just have to get to the YouTube thing then.
I can put a link in the chat, but I don't want to break the rules on the server because I don't. There's a reason
Just
I don't
DM
advertise.
it. Just DM the link to
Please.
Guy. Like, it's not hard.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, it's found.
Question 10. Question 10.
Anthony, quick question.
Question from Knight6831.
Yeah, it's
If one
10th
Pacific
question,
Provinciën,
right?
one Jacob van Heemskerk, one Maarten Harpertson Tromp, 3 Koningin Regentes, and 3 Evertsen have been built as armored cruisers instead of coast defense ships. How does that change the Dutch Navy?
Well,
It costs more now.
yeah, it costs more to maintain and run. You've in theory got more capability. The ships are probably not going to have any less armor, as the ships weren't that heavily armored to begin with when they were coast defense ships. But they're gonna be overall better ships, but they're going to cost more to run, more to maintain. You're probably looking at that fleet being pared down far, far earlier to just the big three. Do you want to, the 3 one-offs that have the 10 point something inch guns, I think, in the 2 single turrets?
Yeah, the big guns.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah, which-
that's the first 3 that he listed. Please, Guy, name them again.
De 7 Provinciën, Jacob van Heemskerk, Maarten Harpertson Tromp.
Which, to be fair, does give you the nice holy trio to do naval operations with. And it may provide some leverage to the Dutch Navy when it comes to replacements for those. They may be able to leverage in some form of either large protected cruiser or large light armored cruiser. Light armored cruiser being what we would recognize as things like the World War I era towns. Things like that. Or they may post-war get some form of weird wacko ship that's sort of like an early Washington Treaty era cruiser, but not quite. Like 10 to 13,000 tons, 8 to 9 inch guns in 4 twins to replace/supplement those ships. Or the Dutch may not, and they may just solder on as 3 large armoured cruisers in service, getting more and more progressively obsolete. It will give more weight to the battlecruiser program, though, in the mid-30s, I think, as it'll be seen as replacing an already existing capability rather than giving a new one. Unless you've got any things you
Or
want
they
to add
just
to
still
that.
don't get the money.
Oh yeah, that as well.
It's like, we want money.
No.
No.
The Dutch East Indies are safe. The Japanese would never dare. But we have information they're gonna dare. No.
No.
Don't worry, the Americans or the British will help us.
But what if they don't? We need some sort of deterrent. No.
We don't. Just think
It's
about
like,
it.
okay, we'll have a committee look into things.
Oh,
and then it's
God.
going to take years.
Realistically, there's nothing the Dutch are going to be able to afford that will deter the Japanese.
Oh no, I know. It's just that the Navy wanted nice big things and they never got nice big things. Twice the Dutch attempted to get a big gun capital ship, and twice World Wars slapped them in the face.
Okay, quick request, Fleet.
Yes.
How many questions is it by that guy from YouTube?
Ten.
That was
Plus,
10.
Yeah.
Yeah. How we just sort of put a plug in those? Because he's had more questions than most of Dry Dock combined.
He's the only person
Well,
asking. Well, there are other people
Yeah.
asking questions on YouTube.
Yeah, but it's all the case of he's had nearly 50% of the question. Like, I'm sure other people would like questions answered.
There are other people asking. I am being completely fair. Everyone gets a fair shake. No one gets singled out for asking or not asking questions, because then people will stop asking questions.
But it's all the fact that it's like
All right,
10
let's
Let's
keep
just
the
move on.
questions rolling. Believe we're on
I get
Discord
your
now
point,
anyways.
Foxer, but yeah.
I do get your point, but
It feels a little bit too much like I don't like doing things like that. It doesn't sit well with me. It never has. Oh, Discord's having a moment. There we go. We're fine. Okay, so that's that. YouTube question. Sorry,
We just had a
sorry,
YouTube
sorry,
question.
Discord
Yeah, just had
question. I know. Just let my brain function. Or
No.
attempt
No.
Yet.
Niet Molotov. Niet Molotov.
It
Wrong
should be
song.
from Gunneruptor again.
My second question today, do you think the Alan M. Sumner class is a better design than the Gearing class? Didn't the Gearing come after the Alan M. Sumner?
Look,
I don't
Right.
remember what the differences are off the top of my
I
head.
think they're just the same ship, just with a different
that
name and
would
some
be
tweaks.
a better question for Phoenix. Phoenix can evidently join us in voice.
Hey,
if
there
we
he
need him.
is. There he is. There's the Phoenix man.
Hello. So, yeah,
Hello.
the gearings, quite literally, they're Allen M. Sumners, but they lengthen them by about 14 meters to increase bunkerage. So they you get more endurance out of them. Oh, sorry, it's 14 feet, not meters.
So literally
it's
the
about
gearing.
4 meters or so.
They're just
This is the gearings, yeah. They're just slightly longer
so
Sumners
no,
with
the
more
Alan M.
bunkerage.
Sumners
so-
aren't better. The Gearings are just better Alan M. Sumners because they can go further.
Yeah, pretty much.
There we go. Hey!
And there was probably some benefits to top weight reserve, I'd imagine, by increasing the size, but yeah.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a nice, easy question. Yay! Oh, interesting one from Wonka Gaming now. Oh yeah, bloody hell! I missed 2 questions from him. I'm so sorry. I'll do them very quickly, one after the other, to make up for it. On YouTube, Wonka Gaming asked, "Why did the US lose so many aircraft and helicopters in Vietnam against a country with a tiny air force? All of the anti-aircraft guns and missiles, and very clever use of what assets they had. Basically,
Most of the aircraft and helicopters shot down were by ground fire. Also, keep in mind a Huey is not an armored airframe, right? So if we look at the helicopters here, realistically, you'd cut way too much in your payload to armor the Hueys of that period with anything meaningful. So with the amount of 50 cal and so 12.7 and 14.5 millimeter ground fire there was, and even rifle caliber ground fire, like that's why the US lost so many Hueys. Not to mention that you go into a landing zone where it's like, you know, and you get ambushed at the landing zone, basically everything that's on the ground is gone. Like,
I'd also note that
it's the exception to the rule if something survives.
yeah, isn't there?
yeah, and I'd also note a lot of these SAMs were really meant to force aircraft to operate at lower altitudes where they're more vulnerable to gunfire. I mean, the Vietnamese had quite a substantial SAM network with aid from the Soviets, but the Soviets had people in the country helping. That's something that often gets forgotten with the Vietnam War. You know, the Soviets were there helping them. So were the Chinese, in fact. The Chinese did a lot to help them with ground-based AA, like gun-based AA, and also the U.S. mined northern Vietnamese waters pretty extensively to cut off their merchant traffic, and the Chinese were right there with them, showing the Vietnamese how to do it, and even doing it for them in some cases. So,
yeah. And the next question is, why do the IGN and IGA hated each other, and is there any way to solve it?
No.
Oh, this one goes back into Japanese history.
Yeah, like there is like,
And the heritage of the predominant groups of officers in each service. That is a question that is outside the scope of ramblings for time.
Yeah, I think doesn't this go back
Yeah.
to like shogunate era politics and such?
yes,
I
it
believe.
goes
Literally,
Yeah.
there's like once upon
Yeah.
a time,
Rival
there was a
clans.
man named
Chosu and Satsuma clans in Japan.
There we go.
And how both of those
Oh, you
clans
see.
worked with the Emperor to form modern Imperial Japan. One went on to form the army, one went on to form the Imperial Navy, and they'd hated each other when they were both separate clans ruled by separate daimyos, and they still hated each other after they became branches of the Imperial military. And the rest is infighting history. And that's
Yeah,
about the size of
essentially,
it.
They were only
This is like
allies
the perfect moment for
under
that
the
Putin meme
Emperor.
of like going back to 700 AD.
They were only allied together because they hated the Shogun more than they hated the Emperor. They hated each other as well, but fuck the Shogun. Welcome to medieval politics.
Where did I? Where?
It should be once again gunnery, if I'm correct.
Let me see. That's that.
In fact, it's my question in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yours is after the fourth question by gunnery officer.
No,
so
it's
there'll be
AMC
two
Woods
more.
actually next.
Where's Liam? Which one
what
was his?
if Operation Unthinkable happens, but it's commanded by General Patton? Well, first of all, Patton is not getting overall command. That's Ike's job, because Ike's still there.
No, that's neither of their jobs. Ike is Supreme Allied Commander. You're up.
Wouldn't.
Or did I
Operation-
mishear you? I heard downfall, right?
No,
Not
I
Overlord?
heard no.
Unthinkable.
Unthinkable.
It's definitely
Oh,
unthinkable.
unthinkable.
That
We're in
would be
Vegas,
Ike.
so
Well, yeah,
you
Ike,
boys-
Ike is in overall command. Patton is not in charge of that. Patton is nowhere near the level to be in charge of that.
If he was, it would go terribly. Simply put.
Patton is in command of an army group. Okay, that is several echelons lower than Ike's level of command.
Patton doesn't have the big enough picture brain to deal with that level of command. He can't think on that level. He doesn't understand that level of logistics.
Regardless of whether that is true or not, that isn't what matters. He does not have the charisma or the ability to make people work together. Ike was able to work with Montgomery and Patton, among other characters,
Really a god amongst men.
to include certain RAF characters and certain Army Air Corps commanders. Ike,
Casual Ike W.
like, what makes Ike the perfect person for that is his ability to manage interpersonal relationships. Okay. I don't think there is another person able to do that. The other person whose name was floated for that job was Marshall. It was a two-person race for that job, and Marshall went, Ike is better at it than me. He is a better candidate for it.
I will admit, it would have been kind of funny to have a general. It would have been funny to have a general named Marshall.
We did.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, overall commander being a marshal. Oh dear. I'm allowed my little jokes.
So, no, Patton is not the U.S. version of Rommel. He's smarter. Like, Patton can actually manage his own logistics train, rather than just ignore logistics officers and claim they're idiots. Side note, Rommel is dramatically overhyped. Even, like, if you look at how he's hyped versus how he even wrote about himself, it's a hilarious difference. And he's hyping himself up in his memoirs and in his diaries.
Doesn't a lot of his hype come from the post-war rebuilding of the Bundeswehr?
That, and the U.S. Army.
Little heart.
I don't want to derail ramblings by going down.
No, I think best
The
leave
US
it there
Army's
for now.
I'm biting my tongue with Rommel. I'm biting my tongue with Rommel so much, so
Oh my gosh, the U.S. Army almost went into a cult of the here
Yeah, let's perhaps.
post-war.
Let's perhaps.
Let's
not-
ask the guys who lost to the Soviets how they fought to the Soviets, and let's do the same thing, because that'll work.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, and listen to their extremely racist characterizations of Eastern Europeans as they try to
Just
explain away
also
why they lost the fucking war.
straight
Pardon my French.
Ignores how the Soviets actually fought and how our own advisors and observers literally observed the Soviets fighting these battles from the other perspective and were telling us the opposite things, and we ignored them for the losers' opinions. Like,
Just fucking, it's very silly.
and I'm not gonna sit here and tell you the Soviets are gods of war. I don't hold that opinion.
No.
But, like, come on, listen to your own fucking guys who are seeing from the Soviet perspective on what the Soviets were doing. Like,
Yeah.
anyways, let's move on.
So to put
Knight
it simply,
Knight
You
6631
didn't answer the
asks,
question, to be honest.
question 11, and I can very quickly answer this one and then move on. Why did the Implacable class have 5 octuple and 1 quadruple 40mm pom-poms compared to the 6 octuple 40mm pom-poms of Illustrious and Indomitable? To tell you the truth, since Dr. Clark isn't here, I don't know, and I don't think anyone else in the panel knows either.
Unless Phoenix does. But Phoenix is muted at the moment.
But I'll move swiftly on from that. That's probably a question for Dr. Clark and Drac. That's the sort of minutia I just don't know. From Discord, your typical Gnomius asks, third question of the day. If the Japanese somehow have the range to strike the Panama Canal with the Kida Butai and attack it instead of Pearl Harbor, how much of an impact will this cause on US shipping from the west to the east coast? If they hit it with the full strength of the Kida Butai, by surprise, there's a fairly...
Locks are very hard to damage.
They are very hard to damage, but it's a non-zero chance that they could be put out of action, not by damaging the locks themselves, but by damaging the infrastructure around them.
Yeah, I think the problem you run into here is you have just exhausted whatever effort against the Panama Canal, and there is a whole U.S. fleet between you and Japan to get back home. Trying to strike at Panama is extremely, extremely risky as a move.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same impact as Pearl Harbor does either.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, and also you have to remember, like Pearl Harbor, you're basically killing a fleet in port. That way, it can't be used against you. But and it's the only major maneuver element the U.S. has at sea to deal with to really attack your own force with. So it's one thing to make a very risky move to take that out, but to get behind, basically go behind the fleet, smack key infrastructure, and then have to get back, going past various U.S. bases. And that U.S. fleet that could be at sea, really, really, really risky, and I think they wouldn't even consider it because it would just be too suicidal even for the Japanese.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right there. Next question from YouTube. Wonka Gaming asks, again, another question about the Dutch East Indies. Any interesting or outstanding examples of locomotives from the Dutch East Indies? Yes, actually, I do have one. It's one that I think about a lot. One that I learnt about actually from an old book I used to read from the 70s that was loaned and then given to me by a gentleman my grandfather used to know. And that is these honestly rather attractive looking, if it'll actually let me. No, not there. Not there. There we go. If I'll just bring it up, I'll put it in both the up on Ramblings for the audience to see, and if it'll let me, there we go. And then I'll put it up in Theatre at Sea for the rest of the panel to see. These Javan 262s, sorry 266Os, I should say. They were very, very powerful for their size, and honestly, I like the way they look. They look right for a melee. They don't, like, the tender's not too big, the boiler looks right, the cylinders look right. They just look right, as far as I'm concerned. But that's pretty much all I wanted to pick on for now. I don't really want to go.
They do not look right to me.
Why not?
They look left to me.
And technically speaking, yes, they are. In this image, they are indeed.
People, please! My sanity is ripping away, and you are not helping.
I'm sure it's fine. You didn't need it anyway.
I need every ounce of it I can lay hands on.
I don't think we'll get to this question, but Moe posed the one which you might find amusing then later.
Okay, your typical gunnery officer asks... Oh, Cyclic, will you tell us when we get to the question that you want, just so I know which one it is?
Which question? Is this third or fourth?
Your typical gunnery officer asks,
this
fourth question of the
this
day.
Is the one I think was after.
Thoughts on the AGM-123 Skipper? Do you think it's more capable and effective air-launched guided anti-ship missile than the air-launched Harpoon? And also the AGM-62 Walleye in terms of firepower, accuracy, and methods of guidance. Is this the question you were waiting for, Cyclic?
Yes. This is one of those wrong way of looking at it. The Skipper is designed to, and generally was planned to be used alongside the Harpoon. Okay. The Skipper was there for working over ships that if they had long range in this context being things like S-300F or even S-125, it was there for working over those ships after they had largely been crippled by Harpoon if Harpoon wasn't enough to put them down. It allowed you to stay out of range of AA guns, out of range of SAN-3. This is the Naval Gecko. It allowed you to stand off from that threat and engage it with a heavy weapon. Walleye, it had other uses. You could use it as anti-ship, yes. But Walleye had other uses for targeting infrastructure primarily. Beforehand, before Harpoon, before Skipper, yes, Walleye would have been used anti-ship because it's dramatically better than a bullpup. But it's not really similar. But yes, Skipper is not something you should be comparing to Harpoon. It is part of an attack method that involves Harpoon. So that's why I wanted to cover this. Like, a lot of times people view as, oh, this is better than that, or this is better than that, and they sort of compare munitions vice versa each other and not really recognize that a lot of times they're meant to be used to complement each other, or have completely different purposes. And that's why I wanted to talk about this, because this is a good example of that, where Skipper's really there to provide more oomph, and not to compete with Harpoon. It's something you use after something has been worked over with Harpoons or Shrikes or Standard Arm or Harm, right? It's not there to be a competitor to Harpoon, or even really be a, oh well, this target's larger, so we hit it with Skipper instead of Harpoon. Like, if it is a Slava, if it is a Kirov, you're probably going to, well, okay, on the Kirovs at least, you're probably going to need some skippers to finish it off. But you're not going to be engaging with skippers first. Knowing what we know now about the Slavas, you probably aren't going to need to know. You need skippers to finish them off. A friend of mine's
Siri, what's the
father.
free surface effect.
A friend of mine's father was a A6 pilot, Cold War. So from my friend, I've heard some of these things. I've also heard his realization when he was told that no, a lot of the Soviet ships had no meaningful capability of intercepting a threat like Harpoon or TASM, which just evidently left him almost shocked, in a sense of shit, I was scared for nothing way. But generally speaking, it was assumed the Slavas were going to need a follow-up attack. To put down. If you manage to get multiple harpoons through. Now the Soviet crews probably would have been able to, how do I put this, put on a better showing, because more of their damage control equipment would have been there and been operational in all likelihood. And they may have practiced it a little bit more. But like at that, and they probably would have had functional jamming equipment. Actually, they would have, that Moskva just didn't turn on. And that stuff probably would have worked against Neptune.
Next.
Okay, do we know what the Ukrainians used for a seeker for Neptune, or
It's
just the same as whatever KH-35 had?
It's almost certainly a basic ARH seeker. Even if it's not a con scan one, it's still very vulnerable to that kind of jamming.
Figures.
9631 asks, if Wasp was in the Pacific, then is Ranger going to be able to cover the Atlantic on her own? Wasp was in the Pacific for most of her active career during the war, and did very little during her career in the Atlantic.
Yeah, her career in the Atlantic there's some stuff different to this particular thing, but a lion's share of it was just watching. But Baron?
Yeah, it was Baron.
Is that the right ship?
Yeah, it was Baron.
Yeah, the Baron.
Just watching a useless French carrier that the French didn't even think was a reliable carrier and only used as an aircraft taxi.
Why do people keep bashing the ships I like?
Hey, to be fairly, I like
because you have poor
but I also
taste in
accept that
ships.
it's utterly
Incorrect.
rubbish. Like, you can like something that's utterly rubbish. Like, you just have to accept that. No, this is utterly rubbish.
I do seem to pick the ships that nobody else likes because they're rubbish for some reason. Seems to be becoming a trend.
A fair few people like Burn, but most acknowledge that it is beyond a useless floating hunk of steel.
I mean, as the decades
Are
wore
we
on,
talking
yes.
Burn? Jen?
But
I'm here for that.
But when as
Yeah.
commissioned, she wasn't that bad.
She was. Like, do you not remember?
He
how
was
Clark-
very bad.
Right. Do you not remember a couple of weeks ago where Clark bashed your head in with HMS Hermes and HMS Eagle being better carriers?
I choose to believe what.
Bjorn was. She taught the French negative lessons that they incorporated into Joffre. Or Joffre. How the hell you say it? I always forget.
Joffrey.
Like, I don't French. Joffre. There we
Joffrey,
go.
I think, yeah.
She actually taught them negative lessons that significantly negatively impacted that class, such as, why don't we try landing over both the stern and the bow and therefore put our arresting wires amidships, which is just really not ideal. But they did this with Mirren because she was just so damn slow that it became like it was just a practical thing to do with her. But this is not something you want to be doing with a 30-knot carrier because it's a very inefficient way of doing things, and it makes your landing operations kind of unsafe, and also kind of precludes you having deck parks, which is useful.
Also, her
for
elevator system
large-scale
was
strikes.
strange.
Yeah. I
The fact that
yeah.
the full elevator went
Well,
to the
this
top.
was
Like,
partially.
Sad fleet noises. Because I know
now,
you're
the reason
right.
why people pick on your other loves fleet is because they don't even have any sort of interesting redeeming quality, and they look ugly.
Well, Hosh has redeeming qualities, but I'll leave that there.
No, Ho's redeeming quality is that she wasted money and steel from the French that could have been used for the right useful.
She was a viable combatant when commissioned in 1891.
Anyway,
Look, I'm just gonna say I'll let Clark rip you apart on that one on a later date.
He can try.
he's done.
He already has.
Anyway, Anyway,
so that
as
was
they-
Wasp on that. So back to one from the panel. Grandmaster
Yeah.
Foxo asks, if the 3rd of May Constitution passes after the first partition of Poland, can Poland survive with the isolation of Gdansk and the loss of large amounts of the Baltics? Is there still a use case for the Polish Baltic fleet? If so, what would it look like? I don't know what the 3rd of May Constitution is.
You should because you play Hoy a lot.
And? What does that have to do with anything?
Actually, technically speaking, it's more of a EU4 thing. 3rd of May Constitution of 1791. Written constitution for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that by the Great Sejem. Basically creating the dual monarchy.
Yeah, is that the one?
That's the
was
one that
going-
gets rid of Libyan veto
Ah,
and turns Poland into an actual functional state again.
let me see. First partition of Poland. Let's look at the map. Let's have a look. Let's see. Okay, so they've...
Poland is just fucked.
So first partition, Gdansk is isolated. They've lost land to Prussia and Austria, but they do still have ports that are connected to them in
Latvia.
Latvia. So, given the slower pace of warfare in the period, it's possible that Gdansk remains the main Polish naval base, but with provisions to move the Polish fleet to sort of temporary / provisional accommodations in Latvia if, you know,
Apalua.
the balloon goes up, and, you know, the Prussians are advancing on Gdansk. If Poland is beginning to sort itself out, even with the loss of land and territory, it's not an insubstantial state at this point. It's not till the 2nd and 3rd partitions that it really starts. Yeah, after the first partition, it's still a nation with enough territorial integrity, land, and population to, you know, be enough of a threat that if it is actually a competently run state, it's something that the other powers can't just partition anymore. They have to actually think, right, are we actually going to have to fight them for this? How much will it cost us? Is it worth it? Basically. That's about the size of it. There is still a use case for the Polish Baltic Fleet, although the Polish Baltic Fleet will probably be trimmed down. You're probably looking at a force that's looking to challenge not the Russian Navy, but any form of Prussian Navy. You're looking at a force that's job is to blockade Prussia and virtually no one else. It's not looking to contest the Swedes. It's not looking to contest the Russians. Its sole reason for existing is to basically cut Prussia off from the sea. But that's about the size of it. Beyond that point, it's conjecture.
Olin yet lives.
YouTube question. Question 12. Was British Royal Air Force Bomber Command fuel inerting systems in 1944 on their heavy bomber, I presume heavy bombers, plural, the result of RN paranoia? I have no idea what fuel inerting systems are. Nor the fact that the British even had them on bombers.
It was, as far as I remember, which not too well, it was a system in the fuel tanks. That was essentially one of the ways they used to stop fuel tank fires.
I'd argue that it's less, in that case then it's less RN paranoia because it's the Royal Air Force, not the Royal Navy, and it's more just RAF practicality after 5 years at that point of bombers, going over the Reich and watching bombers go down in flames, and a desire to stop bombers going down in flames and instead keeping them up without flames.
Yeah. Well, from what I remember, they found out that essentially it was a lot of weight, and the already self-sealing fuel tanks were doing most of the job, and it was a lot of weight. I think they removed them by the end.
In regards to some of the things on discussion of US carriers, Knights the one says you need carriers for the invasion of North Africa, and Malta convoy runs to ferry planes to Malta. In regards to the former, Ranger suffices for that. You don't need more than one carrier for that. Even then, you don't really need a carrier for the invasion of North Africa. It's a nice bonus, but you don't need it. And for the Malta convoy runs to ferry planes to Malta, we have lots of British second-line carriers for that. Hermes, etc. Why would you risk American carriers in that run? There's no point.
Because they were.
Also,
American carriers were risked in the Malta convoys.
Also, Knights of the Monsters, just because King wants Yorktowns in the Pacific, it does not work that way. If they needed help in Europe, they will go whether King likes it or not. No, King is law. King is law when it comes to the USN.
Fleet, no he is not. That's not how our command system worked. He has a lot of power, but he is not law.
I mean, he did decide not to send carriers to Europe, so the buck did seem to stop with him.
U.S. carriers were risked in the Mediterranean.
I'm sure
carriers conducted patrols off of Norway.
I'm sure I literally just mentioned they were used in Malta convoys.
I mean, I didn't realize... that seems very silly.
Like, U.S. fast battleships were put in the Atlantic. U.S. carriers were used.
Oh, no, I know in the Atlantic, but in the Med? Really?
We went through this with Dr. Clark.
What? Yeah.
The whole the
Ranger.
survivability onion, it's preferable to not get shot at in the first place. It's preferable to engage and destroy the incoming air raid rather than have to survive a hit.
Well, I learned something new today. I didn't realize Wasp and Ranger had served
Operation
in the Med.
Ranger's the one who put down Jean Bart.
Operation Calendar, Operation Bowery.
I thought they'd exclusively served in the Atlantic and the North Sea and off Norway. I didn't realise American carriers had even gone into the Med post pre-43.
I mean, right, Fleet.
Apparently.
How do you think the invasion of Sicily had all the air support it did?
I said pre-43.
Yeah, but all the preludes to Sicily as well.
Well, right, Operation USS Wasp was used in 1942 as well, so... Churchill has literally said to have asked Roosevelt if Wasp could have another good sting. After she was used again, apparently whoever the phrase was, whoever said a Wasp can't sting twice.
Oh. Well, well, you know. You learn something new
Wasp
every day.
Not a bee.
No, Wasp was needed in PTO, gunnery officer, desperately. That's why she was sent.
PTO?
Pacific Theater Operations.
Pacific
Remember,
Theater
this is
Operations.
1942, so this is when the U.S. is losing. Everyone, the U.S. and the Japanese are both losing carriers like
Left,
they're dropping
right,
like flies.
Yeah.
Both navies went into 1942 with 6 fleet carriers, and both of them left 1942 with only 2 fleet carriers left.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, the carrier battles of 1942 early 42 I should say, sorry, just absolutely chewed through carrier hulls on both sides. This is the thing everyone forgets. Everyone goes, Midway is the big turning point. The US has struck... But no, they've just evened the numbers out.
There is no turning point. Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's like, no, please stop. Stop calling
There-
Midway the
there's-
turning point.
there's no turning point in the war. Like, I understand how it can feel like that, right? But that war is only going one way. Because the US has already made the commitment to stick it out. And the reason is they know what's in the pipeline. That war was only going one way when those Navy acts started coming through.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what the Japanese do.
So, Discord question now. For another one from the panel. From Dragon, what are your thoughts on the Yubari and
You missed
Katori
one.
plot? Did I?
BM59 versus M14, which is better.
BM-59,
What?
handedly.
What are
Rifles.
these? Oh, right. Okay.
I don't know. I can.
All right, I'm
just
just gonna
copy
leave
the
that there.
question. Yeah.
All right. So, interesting one. This is actually a very interesting question. I've been looking forward to this since I saw Knight ask it. Question 13. What was the British view of the MiG-25? Foxbat. Given we know what the USA thought until they got their hands on one, what was the Britishers' point of view? I don't actually know the answer to that one, but it's an interesting question.
Very similar. Very similar. It was viewed as a huge problem by basically everyone in NATO.
Yeah, just with the having that, a lot of the RAF was like, you're going to need the Americans to deal with them.
Because everyone
Like,
thought they
remember what I've said in the past about air-to-air combat and what energy state at launch means for BVR engagement.
Yeah.
To be honest, even a well-flown F-15, if they're up against a well-flown MiG-25, like, an F-15 can compete, but you're gonna have to be Johnny on the spot with how you maneuver and how you crank post-launch and keep your guidance going and force that MiG-25 cold.
Is that MiG-25 as NATO thought it was, or is that you saying MiG-25 as it actually was?
MiG-25 as it is.
Oh, wow.
Because the if you do not force that MiG-25 to break his lock, you are in for a world of hurt. He's going to keep pushing you, and you can be running full burner, cold. He's gonna get into, or this is an R-37, Mo. That is a dramatically newer missile. He's going to get to he's going to be able to run you down and get to the point where you're inside of his no escape zone, even though you're running from him.
Oh, good God.
Okay.
So you're saying, despite the complexity, despite all of the problems, it still is an excellent aircraft for BVR?
Yeah. They don't have to take it up to its max speed to do this.
Oh,
it's
wow.
why the MiG-31 is such a threat.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I've never understood. Why is that is popular consensus that all the Soviet aircraft were shy?
Because popular opinion is generally bad and wrong
Yeah,
when you
'cause-
look at technical realities. Most people don't understand what BVR entails and what that means. Most people hear, oh, it's just fast, it's not maneuverable, yada yada yada, it must be bad. That's not the case at all.
I mean, we're all. We're all very clear of the Reformers Club here. We are aware that maneuverability doesn't.
Well, I'm
really
not
have
even
much of a
talking
place.
about reformer.
No,
Okay.
I was being generalist here. I was using that as a catch-all term. But what the point I was trying to get to was, I think most of us are at this point aware that maneuverability doesn't really mean that much in modern air-to-air combat.
Oh no, it means a lot.
Oh,
It's
boy.
just what kind of maneuverability, where, at what speed, at what altitudes. Like you're not dogfighting, but particularly in the era of semi-active radar homing missiles, which is the Cold War. Yes, I'm aware technically you have Phoenix, and technically AMRAAM comes in right at the very tail end, AMRAAM A, so AIM-120A. But AIM-120A is practically meaningless in this context. It wasn't out in numbers enough to even recognize it as a missile.
And I think Phoenix is only carried by a few platforms.
Phoenix is only carried by the Tomcat.
Oh wow, that's even less platforms than I thought. I thought the F-15s carried
like
them
just
as
the
well, but no.
Tomcat.
Wow.
So when you're talking semi-active radar homing missiles, and you're talking squadron on squadron, you're going to end up, if you've got a peer force versus another peer force, you're going to end up within visual range combat. And in that environment, things like the F-16 have a huge problem. One, only a few F-16s of the period had BVR capability. But two, when they get within visual range, they're fighting the wrong fight against the modern Soviet aircraft. I mean, if you're a MiG-31, MiG-25, you're going to break off and just run away before you ever get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're going to get shot down, like one of those are the two options for you. Or you're just going to bum rush past the guy and disengage that way.
just crank to full
you're
power.
You're just gonna blow right through the merge, not care, keep going.
Is that something those platforms can actually just do? Just go to full power and just blow right through the merge?
Yes. Now, there's a chance you're gonna get shot in the merge if you're in the era of all aspect missiles. So that's a little problematic. Particularly if you're going very fast through the merge, because your aircraft is going to be a very hot, very attractive target. But you're better off than trying to get an emerge in those aircraft. But an F-15 is going to have a dramatically better time in a within visual range fight against a MiG-29 or against a flanker than an F-16. Because the F-16 is fighting the wrong fight.
More you know. Wow.
Particularly when you're talking about R-37 equipped versions of those aircraft. Because all the Soviet pilot has to do is look at you, lock you with the R-37, and fire. If you're trying to do a two-circle or a turn rate fight.
Wow.
Because you're dead. He's got a helmet-mounted sight and a high off-bore sight missile.
Wow.
Something you will not see in the West until the 2000s. Are those missiles far superior to R-37? Or R-73, excuse me. I hate how they did that. Yes, the Western missiles that come in that are high off-bore sight are far superior. And their heads-up displays or their helmet-mounted displays are far superior. But for the period of the Cold War, when you're talking about R-73 and like AIM-9L or AIM-9M, R-73 allows you to do a lot of things that are just physically impossible for an AIM-9L or M in that fight. And so they have a huge advantage on something like an F-16 that is broadly they weren't really taught to one circle fight in an F-16 because it's just not your strong suit. And even something like a Legacy Hornet, the pilots were taught if you get an emerge with a flanker or a fulcrum, you're dead. And a Hornet's probably the best AOA fighter outside of the F-15C. And the reason the F-15 sees better is it's got better thrust, even though the Hornet controls better in those environments. That the West has in this flight regime. And the Hornet guys were told, you get in a merge, you're dead. Because all that, if you are unable to jam the weapons engagement zone, i.e. get in too close to the other guy, you're going to just die. He's going to look at you, he's going to shoot, and you're dead.
I love that things are actually getting slightly more. Like I just love things like this because I get more information.
And this is a regime that is fairly plausible in the 80s, right?
Nice.
Like, because you're talking like, yes, the U.S. I'll just use the U.S. Air Force here. The U.S. Air Force is coming in with dramatically better semi-active radar homing missiles in the late version Sparrows than the Russians are bringing in, or the Soviets are bringing in with just baseline R-27. Because the R-27 ER does not come out until around the time that AMRAAM is seriously coming into U.S. service. But that's a NASA testbed instrumented missiles for high-speed flight testing, Cotters. It's not a that's not even representative of an actual weapon, Phoenix. That's where all the claim about Phoenix being a hypersonic missile comes from. The actual weapons were nowhere near. Side note. But if you're looking at it for a formation of F-15s versus a formation of flankers in this environment, it is almost certainly going to end up with I don't want to call it a furball, but you're going to have a bunch of dogfights going on. The advantage the U.S. side has coming into this is they've probably thinned the herd out a lot more than the Soviets have thinned the U.S. formation out in the BVR fight. A lot more. Because those generations of Sparrow are actually quite good. And R-27 has problems against that threat. But not to mention the Eagle's dramatically better radar. But like, you can't just write it off. Even today, you can't fully write off in formation on formation fights. Ending up in within visual range, although it's probably far less likely today when we're talking the modern active radar homing BVR missile trucks that are the Flanker and the Eagle or the Typhoon. And the reason why on that is you don't want to get anywhere near the other guys, the no escape zone of the other guy's missile. Like, you just don't. You don't want to get anywhere near that, because the moment you cross into that, you are dead if there are any more BVR missiles available in that other formation. You're just dead. There's nothing you can do unless you find some terrain to get in between you. But let's go ahead and move on to more questions, because I'm just
gonna say here, can we have no more questions, please? I'm looking to wrap up in about 30 minutes to possibly an hour, depending on how I'm feeling, because I literally got in from work at 5:30, ate dinner, and came straight on to ramble. And while I do love ramblings, I would like a bit of R&R before I have to go to bed in about an hour and a half.
Okay, I just got a quick question for chat. Tuna fillets, tuna and sweet corn pasta, tuna and bacon pasta, or
she's gone
Tuna
mad.
fillets and stripped bacon.
Oh no, this is just her in general. Fleet.
God help me.
Like, she devours tuna. Like, you know those big Japanese ones that are like...
I mean,
I'm
English
I-
or
pounds.
Polish, her opinion don't
He would-
matter.
He would
Whoa,
go
whoa,
through
whoa,
one of
whoa,
those
whoa,
very
whoa,
quickly.
easy there,
Shoot this
Foxo.
man! Please
Right.
stop being your tuna-obsessed self.
All right, let's move
Doesn't work.
swiftly on
Yeah,
before we make the Italian cut and discussed.
Dragon asks, what are your thoughts on the Yubari and Katori class? Fairly good small cruisers, useful for training and garrison work in various parts of the Japanese Empire, more peaceful areas of it during the war. Likely to win a gunfight against an American submarine if they find it on the surface, and any Chinese vessel that may or may not appear, unless it's one of the rare Chinese cruisers that the Japanese mopped up and killed pretty quick.
I'm sure they just stole all of it, or any ones that were still afloat.
But that's basically my opinion on them. So I'll then quickly move over to yeah, just it'll make you aware, Knight. I'm still doing the one-on thing, so I may not get through all of the questions you've asked. In fact, I probably won't get through all of the questions that you've asked. I would also bear in mind that while I know you love asking really specific questions, Ramblings is really not the place for them. Bear in mind, you've been very lucky in both the Ramblings you've been in.
Work. Others
I've
are
had,
very, very specific.
I've had Cyclic here, I've had Phoenix here for 2 weeks on the trot, which is rare, and I've had Dr. Clark. And here's the thing, if I'm by myself, or I only have Dragon and Foxo, the likely answer to a lot of the questions you've been asking will simply be, I don't
Not a
know.
clue.
So I'm just gonna preface that for future ramblings. Where are we? So, question 14. How likely or unlikely that an RAF KDC-10 would adopt a boom and fuselage refuel unit, or fuselage refuel unit and drogue pod? I have no idea. I don't know what the RAF puts stock in for mid-air refueling.
So realistically, probably slim to none unless they change their entire approach to the F4 Phantom. Because that's what set this was the Fleet Air Arm and RAF balance here. They wanted the same type. They, very much like we see with F-35B today. And in a naval context, you need the refueling, but you need buddy stores, stuff like that. Or you need to be able to refuel from American carrier aircraft that are capable of doing the refueling. Because you're thinking about in a high-end fight, that's who you're going to be working with, right? And the other thing is, the RAF did not have the number of bomber aircraft, of fuel, of heavy tactical attack aircraft, of strategic airlift, right? To necessitate having a boom system. You go for a boom system if you have aircraft that you need, like in numbers of them, where you need large volume fuel flow at one point, because you don't get that from probe and drogue. If you've got a bunch of tactical aircraft and you've got big refuelers, you're going to go with probe and drogue. You're able to refuel 2 to 3 aircraft at a time from a large refueling aircraft, depending how risky you want to be. 2 is pretty reasonable to do. And like that right there is why pretty much every European Air Force that has developed or that is using non-US land-based aircraft is set up for probe and drogue refueling if they have their own tankers.
but the U.S. went with the Boom because they needed a higher fuel throughput for refueling all those B-52s, B-47s, F-111s, C-5 Galaxies, C-141s, right? Now the U.S. Navy went probe and drug for obvious reasons. It allows you to use buddy stores or have smaller refueling aircraft.
It makes sense for carrier operations, basically.
Yeah, it depends how your force is balanced, which one works better for you, basically, from an Air Force perspective, separating out the Navy stuff. But it's
Fair
also
enough.
not something the RAF could separate out.
No, makes sense. From Discord, a typical gunnery officer asks, what was the thought process of the twin Mustang, or any twin fighter design? Do you think its main purpose is, or I suppose was, to be the long-range B-29 escort fighter?
That was straight up the purpose of the.
Literally, that's the only reason it was designed, wasn't? Or sort of developed.
Yeah, and they
wasn't
were
it?
very, very quickly retired.
Yeah,
But as soon as they got something that would work better, they got rid of it.
Not even.
Is it
They-
literally just
It was
designed?
designed. It was literally designed for one mission in one context, and as soon as that was gone, it was retired.
And I assume it was literally just, how do we get a long-range heavy fighter that we know is going to be reasonably effective reasonably quickly?
Pretty much, and also was able to meet those range requirements. Like it was not kept meaningfully post-war
Makes sense.
at all.
Did it saw some service in Korea, didn't it?
Maybe a little bit, but it would not have done well. And there are other over that range. There are other fighters that could do the job.
Fair enough. Question 15.
I don't fully remember, but
Question
it was
15
not retained.
Question 15 from Knight, and this is good. I'm going to be able to answer this really quickly because I think the answer is fairly intuitive. Would the RAF KDC-10s have lasted as long as RAF Lockheed TriStar did? Assuming both were procured for the same role, then I see no reason why they wouldn't have lasted as long if you're procuring KDC-10s instead of TriStars. So, don't see any reason why that would change just because you've procured a different aircraft.
The TriStars had some problems. The other thing is the reason the DC-10s were able to last as long as they did was because they lasted as long as they did in serious numbers as civilian airliners. So if you don't have that, then they're not going to have the longevity in military service either. So
Your typical gunnery officer asks, do you think the P-61 Black Widow is the best night fighter of World War II? What was the thought process on the quad-turreted 50 cals? Could it be used as a, the German upward-firing weapon, style weapon?
Was that what that's meant to be? My
Yeah.
Google freaked out with that.
it was so that quad 50 cal was designed to help engage bombers, as well as provide a serious defensive armament if they ran into real fighters. But best night fighter of the war is really hard to talk about because you're not talking about these things fighting each other because it's not their use case, right? And the differences in requirement for engaging bombers is huge between the various combatants.
Because wasn't the thing with Black Widow, it was going into Europe to hunt German bomber hunters, basically. It was going to hunt
It got
their twin
used
engine.
that way, but that wasn't its. Part of its thought process was Pacific oriented too.
Oh, okay. That's something I didn't know.
Because you have
Because
a lot of
the
different
Japanese
night fighters.
loved to do night raids with Bettys once they figured it out. But
Because as I recall, the Mosquito had a number of night fighter variants, and they were very good.
Yeah, if you're taking it as, oh, if one of these fought another, it's going to handedly be the Mosquito. If you're taking this as which one was better for its designed role, probably the Black Widow in terms of like, or for a nighttime bomber hunter, it's probably gonna be the Black Widow because of the radar set in it, and the 20 millimeters are good enough.
To be fair, as I recall, the British radar rays they put in the Mosquitoes wasn't that bad either.
Sure,
the
but the
difference is
like bomber hunter is a little bit of a. You have another crew member in there, but the other thing here is, I don't want to be in a completely wooden aircraft going hunting a bomber. The other sort of design role here is as a night fighter hunter. It's handedly the Mosquito. But that's kind of because that's what it was for. The Black Widow is kind of a weird one when you sit down and look at it, but it's probably the best in every role, but not the master. It's good at everything, not a master in any one thing.
fair enough.
Mosquito is going to be the best at most, though.
I've seen a few questions here that I'm gonna describe on both YouTube and Discord as quickfire round. So I'm gonna very quickly work through them. Wonka Gaming, how many Valve gear for steam locomotives are out there other than Wolf shirts? A lot. How bad were the F-104s? They basically were. I'm not gonna say the F-104 was a gimmick, but it had one thing it could do, which was go Mach 2 in level flight, and be a bitch to fly, and be a passable interceptor. And that was it. To use it for literally anything else is just asking for your pilots to impact the ground. Ask the Germans how well that went.
Romo's saying the 104 is not an interceptor.
You
It's an
can't
air
really-
superiority fighter.
I wouldn't like to take that thing into a turning engagement, which is what you're going to be in
You
in
don't.
the 60s.
You just don't with that thing, really.
Hmm.
I don't know if a turning engagement's really that common in the 60s.
But I'm just going to very quickly do the last of the rapid fire
So-
questions, which is Chris, how would a
Dromo, I would push back against the 104 as that it was pretty clearly designed as an interceptor. It's what the U.S. Air Force's concept of operations was. But let's move on.
Chris, how would a 1970s or 1980s modern refit of Vanguard have looked like? Hold your powder dry. Wait for the Red Fleet timeline video. That's all I'm going to say.
Or ask Sea Dodders.
Or ask Sea Dodders, yeah. But then he can't show you it because spoilers.
No, he's shown stuff like that off previously, so
Yes, but
not necessarily full fleet timeline. Schneller.
So back to YouTube quickly. It's December 6th, 1941. A more light-hearted question, which is actually quite nice. We've not had one of these this ramblings. A Yamato-class battleship appears in Pearl Harbor via mysterious means. It has American technology and American guns. How will the USN react to this sudden super battleship? So it's basically the Yamato, but designed by. It's basically the Americans designing a Yamato, but with American.
So does she have
guns.
16 or 18s?
Presumably American
The
18.
the U.S. had designed both. Now they
I know they had, but they
decided
only
the 18
really.
wasn't worth the squeeze.
Yeah, so very quickly get rid of the 18s, I guess,
No,
if they
if
want
they've-
to.
If they've got the
they don't have-
Yamato-sized turret,
If it's an American version sort of deal, it's unfortunate.
have-
that ship is going to get so fucking clobbered the next day.
Yeah, like
Like,
as far as I'm aware, they don't
'cause
have.
that's the biggest target in the harbor.
I mean, she might
Yeah.
absorb enough torpedoes and bombs.
No,
to
she's
keep
not.
the other
Not those 16. Not
not those bombs.
No,
Um.
no, Cyclic, you didn't let me finish. She might absorb enough torpedoes and bombs that some of the other standards survive either lightly damaged or unharmed. Like, she's going to get absolutely
anything,
It's
Japanese
still a
Navy's
net
very-
loss.
If anything, the Japanese Navy's very confused of. Doesn't that look like one of ours?
Oh
Not
dear.
necessarily.
Uh,
There were
Well-
there were some 9 16-inch gun designs that, or 18-inch gun designs that the U.S. Navy was thinking about.
But as,
Um,
assuming she survives, there's not the spare barrels to really use those 18s, is there?
well,
Well,
if
the
they've
ammunition
built, if
production
she's been
facilities.
built by the U.S., then
This isn't she's been built. This is she just turns up miraculously. In
yeah,
the
but if
US.
she's got US equipment and US guns, the US were like, oh, those are the 18-inch guns we were working on. We've got the designs for those
They-
still, haven't we?
they might. The
They'd have
lovely
to-
thing about
yeah.
going down is you'll probably be able to get the hoists and everything to work if you go down to 16s.
That's my thought. Is they've swapped them out. That's what I said earlier. Is they immediately swap
Um,
out those 18s for 16s because that's what they've got.
They're not
production
going to have
lines of.
time to rebuild or to build up spare barrels.
Or even the production facilities for the ammunition as well. Like that's also
Yeah.
a lesser consideration
So-
still.
The
Also, what's a secondary battery like? Is it 5-inch 38s or 5-inch 54s?
the US never considered 6-inch secondaries, so
It'll basically, given
Um,
the alternative, it'll literally just be US 6.6-inch turrets off things like the Brooklyns as the anti-surface battery,
Right.
and
that
Yeah, I
would
can see-
twin 5-inch
that would
38s.
throw so many people off. They'll probably keep them because there's no point in getting rid of them. But
The side ones might go,
Huh?
like the super firing ones
side-
might
the
stay,
side ones, yeah, but-
sorry. So what era Yamato's appearing?
presumably as built since it's 1941.
Is it? Right. But I wouldn't necessarily that's presumably as built because then that adds throw sort of.
It doesn't-
I would only
if it's
see
as
those
built, then
side
yeah.
guns disappearing later in the war.
Hmm.
If I'm
Then
honest,
she'll have
I mean, the US.
if even at all, because this
I
ship is
don't-
big enough, and it's
Does
going to
the-
have more than enough 5-inch 38s to begin
does
with.
the 5-inch 38 mount fit where the Japanese 5-inch?
It
does
might
for
have to be
Yamato?
it might have to be single mounts, not the duals, because of how.
Well,
because
to
of the
be
difference
to be
in
honest,
footprint.
hang on. The way we're talking about this thing, it's just going to be built with 5-inch twin 38s.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
um,
good shout.
So, like, this thing probably isn't going to run into the anti-aircraft problem that led to those 6-inch guns going away.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a lot of head scratching about who the hell came up with this, because it's not at all how the U.S. Navy approached a secondary battery. They'll use it, but they're going to be confused by it. Like, okay.
The funniest thing to
I
me
mean,
is, given that secondary battery arrangement, I know we've said she's going to get pounded at Pearl Harbor, which is probably accurate. But just to take a tangent here on that secondary battery arrangement, if she is Lee's flagship, just roll with me here, going to kill Kirishima, in the engagement afterwards, we know that Washington's
I
5-inch...
presume she's also got an American torpedo defense system, so
Yeah.
no armor plate going into boilers.
Yeah.
From airdropped torpedoes.
Yeah. But we know that Washington's 5-inch secondary battery pulled work. Now imagine that also pulling work on this hypothetical American Yamato, but you've also got the radar-directed 9 6-inch guns on each broadside just going absolutely ham as well.
Yeah, so Sea Dot, by the looks of it, Sea Dotters has done what I thought, where you can't stick the 5-inch 38, in this case 5-inch 54s, I'm pretty sure those are meant to be, in the same place that they would be found on Yamato. They'd have to be moved.
Yeah, like it would
And
be different.
where so much stuff has to move around, and assuming this is going off.
That's also a very late war setup.
Yeah,
'cause I
that's
see the
his.
twin
I'm going off
Yeah,
the idea
that's
that this is
his-
basically what we'd be looking at.
No.
That it's posted.
No, not at all.
No.
That I know
But
what
yeah,
that
but
is.
as in that's so. Yep. No, this is Musashi as she was in 42.
Yes.
So
exactly.
assuming this is the thing that gets transported to America, but is Americified,
Oh yeah, you could easily fit
It's-
5-inch 38s in those.
along
Baskets.
the side, but I'm not sure in the baskets.
The superstructure will be reworked along.
So
just
I
like
think
the
you're
American
taking
practice.
Dragon. You're taking this way too literally here. This
Yeah,
is
that's my
what
point.
if American Yamato with 5-inch and 6-inch secondary battery with a 5 inches dual purpose, right? It's not the exact same. It's not going to be the exact same layout because the U.S. is not going to do that.
He literally said American technology and American guns, which means which means American
No,
Yamato, which means
No, it doesn't. That explicitly doesn't mean American Yamato.
American technology is going to have the end result of the superstructure
being
and the
radically
gun
different.
mount being different. Because those gun mounts are different. The superstructure is different.
It would have
What they're
yeah,
building
that
into
would
the
have
ship
to be,
is
but-
different.
You're looking at the 6 inches being slightly further out on the wings, and you're probably looking at a pedestal behind the 6-inch guns, where you've got. So if you look at the image of the Yamato you've posted, on an American style version, and Cyclic
Or
can
it's
corre-
forward.
yeah, and Cyclic can correct me if I'm wrong here, but for me, my money personally, you'd have the 6 inches slightly further out. You'd have a raised bit of superstructure that has a concave in it for the rotation arc, to allow the 6-inch to rotate. And then on that pedestal, which would have a super firing step in it, you'd have 4 twin 5-inch 38 turrets.
And
Either
because
side.
this is, December 6, 1941, it's going to be some Chicago pianos and then a whole bunch of 50 cal.
Oh my god.
Um,
How many M2s do you want, Bob?
It's not going to be, the answer is not going to be all of them, but it's not going to have a crazy amount of 50 cal like, we would eventually do with the 20 millimeters for a little while, but it'd have a decent number of 50 cal.
Assuming
But-
she survives, Moe? Probably not.
Um,
Can't
Depends.
imagine you keeping the 6-inch wings.
For the early
it
war, they
depends
would.
on what damage what happens to her. It's possible that she doesn't get the dive bomb focus and she gets the torpedoes on her, but she's going to be massive enough with enough of a beam for a significant torpedo defense system that she may not be ready until that we start to go after Guadalcanal.
But at that point, oh boy.
But it's possible that the damage that she sustains is just the damage you get from 6 to 8 airdrop torpedo hits on a 70+ thousand ton battleship.
I mean, given her draft, and the draft of presumably Battleship
She may
Row,
just settle.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. She might just settle. And at that point, recovery is so easy. If she settled on a keel, recovery is
If they
the
do
easiest.
counter flooding and all that and just settle her.
She's gonna be the
it kind of
easiest of the
depends on how
battleships.
effective this notionally dramatically larger torpedo defense system is, because the US isn't worrying about, or whoever came up with this magically appearing thing was not at all concerned about the Panama Canal,
No.
not even
But-
close.
But hey, she's in the Pacific. Hey! So that's that problem solved.
Like,
Well,
It's
where
an
would she be in
entire-
harbour? Could she potentially block the harbour?
That's a point.
depends on where
can-
she is. She's
where can
probably
she
going to be on
moored?
Battleship Row, and
Can they
given her
moor
size,
her in Battleship Row with her draft?
actually, here's something.
Hmm.
And this could be her downfall. Given her size, she probably has another battleship outboard of her.
Outboard.
So
of
the
her.
only way she gets attacked could be those dive bombs, and that could be her undoing.
Oh dear. Just to very quickly touch on something. So let's assume that she is. Actually...
Although if they've taken one look at her and gone, we need to regun that ship.
She might be in a
And
dry dock.
ammunition and all that from her, there may be nothing in there to go up catastrophically.
Oh, I see what you mean there. That's quite interesting.
I'm also curious, would they actually
Depends on
would they
if
want
they
to keep her
decide-
in Pearl Harbor at this point?
That depends on if they've decided, let's start that process on Monday morning.
Yeah.
Or if they've started doing it right away, which is another possibility of, hey, let's get this ship unloaded so we can get her to Bremerton, right? Or that's the other possibility. If she shows up with a crew, because, presumably, ship doesn't just show up without a crew, right? Although, who knows? It's not specified. But if she shows up with a crew, they may go, okay, all right, no spare barrels, so we got to send you to Bremerton. And she, sails out later that day for
That's going to
Bremerton.
cause the Japanese
That's
submarines
the
outside
one
Pearl
I'm
Harbor at the time to
That's what I would
panic.
more see hopefully happening.
They're going to
'cause
be like, what the heck is that thing?
And by that point, she'll be out of strike range. And
If since war breaks out, do you reckon the barrel replacement will be halted until she wears her current barrels out?
no, that's going to expedite it. They're going to put, in that case, they're definitely putting the 16-inch 45s in her.
Ooh, that's going to
Um,
make a really...
And she's going to get turned around as soon as they can get guns to her. And sent back out.
She might
Um,
actually be, if they're quick enough, depending on how quick they are. I don't
She
know.
would be.
I don't know if they. No, you're probably right. They wouldn't. She wouldn't be around for Midway. No way.
Yeah. She'd
Guadalcanal.
definitely be there for Guadalcanal. And here's the thing. She was just at Bremerton for her guns to get replaced. I presume because American Tech, she's got all that fast battleship radar and all that on her.
Lee's
Okay,
flagship.
She's going to be Lee's
I
flagship.
just actually had some
Oh
clarification on
yes.
this.
Okay.
It's not an American redesigned Yamato. It is literally Yamato as we see her, and we've just swapped the guns out and swapped the tech out.
Okay. So that,
Okay,
is
then in
literally
that case, she's going to Bremerton right away.
yeah. So that solves it then.
And she may or may not be ready by 43.
Might she only get a more minor refit if the war breaks out and they're like, okay, let's replace what we can.
They've got to
replace.
change. I mean, if she's got 1645s by the beginning, and so she's Yamato with just the big gun swapped
I'm
out.
assuming
No, all
it just
guns.
says guns and tech. So it would
So
have
all
American
guns.
radar. The 5 inches would be swapped out with
American 5 inches.
some
if
sort of
they're
American.
possible.
Yeah, be a dual purpose.
Instead of 25 mil, you've got Chicago piano. So she's not. So she's got
They
all American.
honestly,
guns.
they might try to rush her out to catch back up with Halsey's force. It's supposed to be reinforcing the islands, because here's the other part. The
American boilers, American electrical systems, American guns.
Okay, so
Yeah.
she's ready to go. Like the US will
Yeah,
understand
so-
how to operate her.
The other side of Halsey's orders that isn't really talked about that much. Thank you, Mr. Parshall, for that. Is his orders were if he happens across a Japanese fleet to engage first. So they may try and rush her out to him because she's fast enough to keep up. So she may leave with a couple cruisers, which is going to send the Japanese for a loop.
I thought we took out all their battleships. Sees this thing coming.
no,
Well,
this
it's
is
not
not-
even
this
that
is
because
before.
the
This is
subs are
before Pearl
gonna
Harbor.
the subs are gonna hear her. But here's the thing: if the subs transmit, the U.S. is gonna catch that something's up.
Yeah, I've received clarification. She arrives with American 18s.
18s.
Then she's
probably, yeah,
going
swap
straight
out
to
the
Bremerton,
Yeah, to probably have them swapped out.
like probably that day, because the Pac fleet is moving to a war footing, or really is on one. Hence, the secret side of Halsey's orders.
If he finds any Japanese ships, he's to engage and sink them.
Yeah. But
Yeah, so she's off to Bremerton.
Yeah, she is right off to Bremerton. She's not gonna like that day. She's probably leaving with potentially a cruiser and some destroyers in tow. But
yeah, specifically the 18-inch 47s. She specifically mentioned the 18-inch 47s. So yeah, she's absolutely getting those guns replaced.
Yeah, and they're going to like it's going to be a little bit for her to get those guns replaced because they're going to have to figure out the weight and balance, make sure the hoists and all that still work with the 16.
It's going to require some, luckily though, downsizing guns and just keeping no quads, just triples for triples.
Too awkward to swap for
They're
quads.
not going to do that. They don't have the time.
No.
They're not reusing turrets.
Luckily though, while downsizing shells in hoists is difficult, it's far easier than trying to ask hoists to take bigger shells. But no,
I mean,
fish,
sure, she's
no
going to be
reworking of
oil-thirsty
turrets.
gunnery officer, but she's probably got the range to
Like,
to make
she's
Bremerton.
like one of the things that the Yamatos have is
think
they
I'd have
have
to go.
bunkerage. They have serious bunkerage. It's not even funny.
So, I mean, does she get U.S. boilers?
Yes, U.S. boilers,
Yeah, okay.
U.S. electronics,
Okay, yeah.
everything.
So
It's just slapped into the
she
Yamato
may or may not be
SDA.
ready by Midway. I kind of doubt it.
Definitely Guadalcanal.
The conservative answer is she's there with the 2 U.S. fast battleships at Guadalcanal,
If she's there,
which does set up a possibility that Lee is ordered to engage those Congos at Santa Cruz, I believe.
yeah, and he's gonna absolutely smoke them. And if the Japanese realize she's there, they may or may not know possibly what she is. Narrow straits be damned. The Japanese might
No,
send.
that's no. They're going to be much more likely to want to commit to a separate decisive battle as part of the campaign, where they actually send the battle line elements that they had sent down to Rabaul out as part of a major sortie, which is the U.S. is going to have to meet. But if you have that, you have the two fast battleships down there. As the U.S., as long as you can manage to keep the carriers up, which, hey, I mean, 2 carriers at two AA barges at Santa Cruz could make all the difference. If Hornet has, this thing, right, or what was it, Sodak riding shotgun, one of the two, it may very well keep her alive. So that is definitely something to keep in mind on that. Just by dint of her AA fire and just her bulk distracting, because aviators are like, squirrels.
Big battleship, go!
Yeah, they're gonna some of them are gonna split off to hit her and not just Hornet. Particularly that follow-up attack. I believe she got hit twice. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure she did. So, that's going to have an impact there. I would say it would be interesting to see if Lee gets sent in with Sodak and Washington, and this thing stays behind to stay with the carriers, or if Lee gets sent in with her and another ship, and the remaining fast battleship stays back.
I think.
I don't think all 3 are going to get thrown in.
I think the decision comes down to if the U.S. has I have 2 things for this. The one where the US have no plans for her, and one where the US find a set of plans on the bridge detailing exactly what she is, what her capabilities are, the US version of Yamato that this ship is. If they know what she is, she's absolutely not being kept with the carriers in that Guadalcanal scenario. They're going to know she's the toughest son of a bitch they've got, and she's going to be going into the night
so. I
action.
think it depends on what ship is Lee's flagship. and how many AA guns got put on her after Midway.
Oh yeah, if she's
Because
really
she's big.
yeah.
She can be a hell of an AA barge, and she's
How
also
many
big
40
enough.
mils could you stick on that?
She's
Oh
also
my
big, well,
god.
20 mils are only just starting to come in at this point.
It's more than 20 mil. Like just
So the other thing is, with her bulk, you may have a captain put her in the way of a torpedo bomber attack on a carrier. Because she's big enough.
Firepower.
She's big enough and mean enough that she is going to cause serious problems. And even if they do manage to get 4 torpedoes in the water, she's probably going to be able to eat them.
like if she's got USN torpedo defense and USN damage control practice, she's just gonna go 4 torpedoes. Go ahead, come on, give me your best shot. All on one side.
That depends on the captain, and obviously the relative position. The Japanese are probably not going to want to attack from the side that she's on.
No, because that is a lot of DACA. That is an awful lot of DACA.
But then again, it's also probable, just like what we saw with Sodak, I believe, the attack gets split up, and some of them go after her, which in and of itself is defending the carrier. So, but I have a very strong suspicion that this is the ship that Lee ends up taking as his flagship when he is sent over to take command of the battleships, the fast battleships.
What would she be
rather
called?
than Washington.
Because she would probably arrive without a name. What would she be
Should probably
christened
have
as?
some sort of state slapped on her.
No, I know. I'm just thinking which one.
Well, they've already got
Limited to
the island
states.
sort of. It's entirely possible that she becomes Montana,
That would be amazing.
but it's also possible that they give her another state name. What that is, I don't know. It is, and so
There's a
here's
lot
the
of
fun
states
thing
up to
about the
bets.
name, right? Her name is entirely the purview of the Secretary of the Navy. Entirely. So it's down to the SecNav's whim.
Could he be? Could like, ooh, battleship bigger than anything else we have? USS United States.
No, they're going to name it after.
You
a
do
state.
not. You do not call a ship United
I mean,
States.
the U.S.
Really?
has done it.
Yeah. But
Mm.
yes, it's still not something that you really want. You should do, arguably, but
What's going to kill her on the Japanese side? Genuinely, short of an all-out effort that results in them losing so many air crews, is not even funny.
Dumb luck, she gets delayed and leaving Pearl for Bremerton and gets smashed.
worst
And
case
just-
situation,
yeah.
ammo
To
magazine
the point,
goes
to the
up
point
and
where she's
boom.
not worth rebuilding. Like,
Yeah.
But at that point, you probably
So-
haven't assigned a name to her.
Yeah.
What happens if one of those AP bombs just goes straight into the magazine and goodbye 18-inch magazine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I mean,
That's one hell,
Wellesley
that'd be one
Collingwood
hell of
was-
an explosion.
Well, he says USS fuck the IJN. Me personally, I say USSS. Oh dear, I've killed all of the I've killed a good chunk of the Congo class by myself.
No. Clearly, USS Japan. You're just pre-naming. You know,
Oh,
it's got to be named after a state, right?
oh
Moe's pointing out
god,
potentially
yes.
another thing that could happen. Heafish and Moe are both pointing out that theoretically another fate of her could just be she gets unlucky and a bunch submarine gets some good hits on her
Yeah.
with the flaws in the torpedo defense.
Sea Dodders says USS
I
Teddy
got a name. I got
Roosevelt.
it.
What
What about the USS Matthew Perry?
Ooh,
Names
yes!
weren't
The United States.
Names
personal
weren't
names
used yet.
weren't part of the Well, they were used, but not for
Yeah,
not
not
for
for
battleships.
battleships yet.
well, not even yet. Like, just weren't. So it would be you'd be looking at U.S. states, which is why I went. It's entirely possible she gets
Yeah.
Montana. That said, it's entirely possible she gets a different state. Like you
There's
could
so
see
many
Oregon,
potential.
for example.
Could you potentially
Um,
see Alaska?
Alaska's not a state. Alaska's a territory.
It's
at
not a
this
state
point,
yet, right?
just
Okay.
like Hawaii.
'Cause it-
But yeah,
I can
it's
imagine
entirely
calling her
possible
Alaska,
she could
but-
be named USS Oregon.
Ooh, that'd
Um,
be interesting.
Or she could take on one of the Montana class names.
Had the names for the Iowas been chosen yet?
For most of them, I guess you
like I
could
said,
see
yeah.
Kentucky or something like that. But like
USS KFC.
Florida's not a bad one. Florida's not a bad one.
it definitely would be a thick U.S. battleship with 2 Cs.
I don't think you wouldn't get Constitution. I don't think Collingwood.
No.
No, Constitution is off the list.
What about USS Constitution?
With 2 C's.
That meme hadn't been invented yet.
Oh, I still don't care. It's just this is
Constellation, you're
honestly,
probably not gonna get
honestly, I'm really
Constellation.
glad that I picked this question because it's a great, just fun, have a laugh with it question to finish on. Like,
But yeah, it's entirely possible. So the way I see it, this being a thing is, either she is sent out that day for Bremerton because, like, okay, particularly if there are no plans, but there's a crew that knows sort of how to operate her. We need to get this to Bremerton for them to to work out a set of plans, figure all that stuff out.
yeah,
Get the gun swapped, get her ready to go. So she's sent out that day, or they go, all right, we're gonna prep the ship, have her ready to go Monday to head to Bremerton, or late in the day Sunday. And if it's that latter one, she is getting so freaking hammered, it's not funny. And that might keep some of the standards alive. Well, in this situation, the standards would be the preferable ones to take the hits.
because she's actually very, very valuable.
She's a fast battleship.
Not only
She
that,
is a capital ship that the U.S. does not have right now that is capable of sticking with the carriers.
yeah, and not only that, she's arguably, if she's a US version of Yamato, which means that she's a version of Yamato without a lot of Yamato's flaws, she's the most powerful fast battleship ever built. And that includes the Japanese versions of the Yamatos.
I would hesitate with that because she is not going to be getting the 16-inch 50s. Although, depending on where those guns are in production, which I'm not aware of, if they are reasonably into production on those, she could get those. But
I mean-
I have a feeling she's going to get 16-inch 45s, which is going to gimp her some.
Oh no, I agree with that at first sight.
And I think that would knock her off of being more powerful than a Yamato.
Can I just ask, do the 16-inch 45s and the 16-inch 50s fire the same shells with the same powder charges?
They fire them with the same shells.
But powder charges are
But
fairly
the
easy to change.
The 16-inch 45 is not anywhere near as powerful as the
No,
16-inch.
there's a
50.
reason why I'm asking that. Because if you've got
You-
turrets as roomy as that, you refit her with the 16-inch 45s at first, but you have a plan for putting the 50s in later.
That's not the U.S. philosophy. That it would not be deemed efficient.
Take 2 long-term refit.
Because you're talking about 1943, right, having to pull her off the line right as she just got back. So if there are 16-inch 50s for the Iowas that are available, you may see them pulled actually away from Iowa and put on her. Because they're building more guns. They'll just tack on more guns to the end and yada yada. But if that's not the case, they're going to want her ready ASAP, particularly by Monday morning when these decisions start to get made. They're probably just going to put 45s on her. If there are not 50s that they can go, okay, stick the 50s on a train, get them going.
Yeah. What I will say is to those, because people are asking about, Bremerton, I'm saying she doesn't have to go through Panama. There's the Straits of Magellan. They exist.
Yeah, Bremerton is opposite of what's the name of that sound? Puget Sound, the
It's opposite of Puget Sound from Seattle. She'd be able to get in there.
Oh, Bremerton's on the west coast. Fair enough.
Yeah, Bremerton's west coast. Yeah, Puget Sound, by the way, AAMC. If you ever want to hear a hilarious pronunciation of it, go watch Drax Pearl Harbor salvage videos.
Oh no.
He
Poor
had
Drax.
no idea how to pronounce it till I told him. Yeah, I can't even. I can't even imitate
I'll have
how
to
he
go
said
back
it
to
because
watch
it's so
that.
bad to me.
I watched it at the time, and
Ah.
it never really occurred to me, but I'll have to re-listen to it.
Like at first, I didn't know what place he was referring to. I'm like, where the hell is that? And then it dawned on me because he said Bremerton, and I'm like, oh, that's what he meant. But yeah, so he knows how to say it correctly now. Y'all don't need to remind him. I told him. But it really depends on when she gets sent. If she's sent ASAP, which may very well be the possibility given the war footing that Pac Fleet is on, they may send her right away. They may go, okay, Monday morning. You know, it is late on a Saturday by the time that this decision is made. You know, Bremerton's going to need time anyways. What is it going to matter? We can send her Monday.
Very quickly, just to wrap up and finish off this question. How will, assuming she survives the war and serves all the way through, presumably just as a last haha lol we won, she may be the ship the surrenders signed on, which would be very funny. How will the USN Yamato do post-war? Deep reserve, I think, and then scrapped in the 70s.
She's going to meet the same fate as the North Carolinas and South Dakotas. She's not fast enough for the post-war environment as far as the USN is concerned. The Iowas are much more useful ships.
She may be preserved, which will be very funny, especially if it becomes clear exactly what's happened, that the US was basically gifted the American version of the Japanese Yamatos. In fact, it's highly likely she would be preserved, given what she did.
Maybe, maybe not. She's quite a big ship to preserve.
I'm sure
so
the US can find a slot for her somewhere.
It depends on how long she lasts. That's sort of the thing.
I mean, a lot of the Sodaks are preserved, and
yes, they're also half the tonnage
it's true.
and
But she would
dramatically physically smaller.
True, but she would also, in the timeline we've suggested, have been Lee's flagship and may have taken part in a major surface action in an alternate Guadalcanal campaign.
And Enterprise didn't get saved either.
Yes, I know, but...
Like,
And yes, but the battleships had a better chance of being saved for some reason that we can't quite fathom. Presumably because they lasted longer in
Usually-
reserve.
As I recall, it's partly because states wouldn't lay claim to them, but
yeah.
at least some of them. But
And if she gets, like, named Montana, she's not getting preserved. I'll tell you that right now. I'll just be real with you. The state can't afford anything in that time period. It's not even getting it to Montana. It's the state. Like, that has nothing to do with it. Like, Montana didn't build up a major economy until the oil industry got to Montana, which at this point is decades away. And even then, it doesn't have a major population. Maybe if she's Oregon, or named after another coastal state with a decent population, I could see. I could look at Nerve of the Columbia Bar, but probably do it. But
I mean, if she is preserved, she's gonna be popular, and like there'll be Drac and Clark making videos on this amazing ship that appeared out of nowhere and quite literally basically clobbered multiple Japanese battleships, including perhaps one of her opposite numbers, if we're very, very lucky. I mean, that would be the fight.
And Halsey's not retarded.
I mean, that would be the fight to see. The American Yamato, presumably in 45, with all of her kit, versus 10 Go Yamato coming the other way. If that.
Well, I mean, the battleships that would have been sent there initially would have been the standard.
Oh no, I'm aware. It's more just it's the only scenario I can really think to get a Yamato on Yamato fight with, you know, this scenario.
So, well, no, you have another situation where Halsey actually leaves a battleship task force.
Oh, I know what you're going for.
And I would assume she would be Lee's flagship. In that case, because she's around, she is the ship for him to take command of, and like of a battleship force, right?
Yeah.
When he is ordered into the Pacific by King, to take command, because he was a staff officer for King before King sent him out. I mean, he had obviously had at-sea stuff, but he was doing basically a shore tour. And I'm pretty certain that he would have taken command of her if she was out active in the fleet when he shows up. And, you know, if he's commanding her, or is using her as his flagship, and for the sake of the scenario, let's say she gets the 16-inch 50s. And the reason I have been talking about the 45s is a low ball of capability, because I'm not sure off the top of my head if the 16-inch 50 is available.
It's a fair shout, but we'll roll with the 50.
She's going to be able to fight it out with Yamato in that engagement.
How quickly is she going to put Yamato down?
I don't know.
Because it's going to be one way. If
it's hard. It's hard to say. Because you may only have.
Sorry, can I just? If she's got American armor quality steel of the same thickness that Yamato has,
I don't think that's. I think you're implying too much more based on the clarification that Dragon got. Of it's literally Yamato with like American technology and guns.
No. So she's not going to be able to resist Yamato's 18.1-inch guns.
Via armor, via bulk, and that's sort of the thing going the other direction. It's going to take a lot of shells unless you get lucky.
But the thing is, the American guns will last longer in terms of, because the 18.1-inch have terrible barrel life.
Yeah, they're good enough for an engagement, though, Fleet. That's not going to matter.
I keep getting conflicting reports on that. Some people say they're not good enough for engagement. Some people say they are.
That's horse. Like, that's just horseshit.
I would hope they're good enough for at least a single sort of battle, because otherwise...
Well, that's going to be an interesting fight then, because it's...
even then, they would have surely noticed how bad that would be.
Because the thing at Leyte
The reality is this means Nagato is getting bodied.
Oh, God, no.
Bodied.
Yeah.
By an Iowa.
She's dead. That's it. Good night, Vienna.
And to be honest, I think this actually makes this scenario more likely, because Halsey doesn't have to impact his AA escort as much. He can send her a single Iowa, Washington, and a Sodak down. Because he knows he's reduced the battleship force by 1 in this Northern Fleet. And her 6-inch guns are going to be causing problems in sort of the screen battle.
Of course, yeah, because she can manually direct. So not manually. She'll have secondary directors for those 6-inch guns. Mm-hmm. Like, she can just be... Like, in a way, Yamato really couldn't during that fight, if it had occurred, She
And
can,
depending on where it's occurring, where that screen fight is occurring, she could be bringing, 6 or 9 6-inch guns to bear.
depending on how many she's
On that.
kept.
Alternatively, she could be using them, depending on the range, to work over her opposite number. There's superstructure, rangefinders.
That's gonna sting.
Um,
If she's doing that, that's gonna hurt because, like, at
I'm
the
not.
start-
I never said they were going to be useless, Collingwood. I said they're going to throw the U.S. Navy for a loop.
Yeah, it's the fact that this isn't
Um,
standard USN doctrine. They had dropped the 6-inch gun a while ago as a secondary battery.
Pirelli used it. They had a long 5-inch, the 5-inch 51.
They had
Um,
there was a few pre-dreadnoughts that they used it on, and then they dropped it because they went. Because the way it worked is it went first for about a couple of classes. It was an 8-inch gun for the first few. Then they developed a long 6-inch encasement battery. Then they went back to the 8-inch gun as a secondary with a 5-inch tertiary. Then they dropped to the 8-inch and the 5-inch became the secondary, and that's how it went. But by the time you get to the dreadnoughts, it's the 5-inch secondary.
Anyways,
But yeah,
so
at the start of the engagement, is it fair to say both ships have fairly similar capabilities in optical fire control? Because I know Yamato had fairly good optical fire control, and given that Lake
US
Gulf was
is-
a clear day, flat calm, basically, as close to
Yeah,
ideal gun rate conditions as you can get.
the U.S. is going to be good enough, but they've also got their radar that's going to be
Yeah.
their primary. I mean, the reality here is like, okay, sure, technically on paper, yeah, but like,
Yeah,
how many times were the Japanese Yamatos doing gunnery drills because of their barrel life? Like, how many times are they putting real rounds downrange, really adjusting off their fall of shot, right? Not a lot, even by Japanese battleship standards.
yeah.
Like, it's kind of surprising Yamato's gunnery was as good as it was. But, meanwhile, looks at the opposite number here and
She's
what
been
Lee's
in
done.
active combat. She's got
Well,
killed.
not only that, but who's been using her as his flagship?
Oh boy, she's gonna be a crack gunnery ship, and that's really not even the half of it.
Now, that means Washington isn't, but, Washington and a Sodak paired up, 1v1ing Congos. I mean, we know how that fight's going to go
And
in a
this is an-
daytime
yeah,
standard gunnery range fight.
that's not.
And I'm sorry, in Iowa versus versus Nagato, it's
Thanks,
going to rapidly become a 2v1 at the head of the line.
yeah.
Uh,
Thanks for playing, Nagano. Don't come back.
I'm not sure what's going to go down first, a Congo or that Nagato, in all honesty. I'm honestly not sure. I could see it going either way, but things are going to rapidly start folding up, and at the head of that line, I'm just going to call her Oregon, USS Oregon here, is because I like that name better than Montana. Is going to be able to handle those blows better than an Iowa would.
Like for the aircraft, because there will be aircraft above from Taffy 3. That's going to be a hell of a
When
show
they-
at the
when they
front of
show
the
up.
line. I mean, that's going to be a hell of a show at the front line. These two massive 70,000-ton battleships just throwing body blows at each other.
She may be doing well enough that depending how that cruiser engagement goes, Lee may order the Iowa out, or one of the two other battleships out of line to go support the cruisers.
Yeah.
But depending how that cruiser engagement goes, and to be honest, the U.S. is going to be having a hard time in that cruiser engagement. They're showing up with 4,
And the Japanese have brought
and not
some
all of
their-
them are heavies.
No. Yeah, honestly, I think you're right, given how...
And it's
in
not a
Nagasaki-
nighttime fight where the 6-inch machine guns known as the Brooklyn or the Cleveland classes are going to be able to make up the difference in rate of fire, because it's a daytime engagement that's going to open up at range.
Yeah, and the
And
8-inch guns
that's
will...
where that's where the 8-inch guns come into play.
Yeah, and it's not like Taffy 3.
And we're not talking Baltimore is present as cruisers here.
No, it's like, and it's also not gonna be like a Taffy 3 situation. They're not gonna misidentify those destroyers as cruisers because they are actually cruisers, and they're gonna...
Yeah, they're not gonna mistake them as battleships when they've got 4 actual battleships there.
Yeah. It's going to be very clear what's what, and Japanese gunnery and shell usage will respond accordingly.
Now, that said, they may be a little bit surprised and have to, depending on what they've got loaded in their gun barrels ahead of time, because the Japanese would not be expecting to, oh shit, that's a battle line, right? Like, so... Depends on what they've put in the hoists already, but even then, I mean, the U.S. cruiser force is going to be on the back foot. The U.S. destroyer force showing up with 28 destroyers, however, that part of the battle is going to go a little bit differently. It's a daytime engagement. The U.S. is well aware of the Long Lance torpedo by this point. Has figured out how to fight destroyer engagements appropriately, aggressively, and running on commander's intent and initiative. So it could also be that the U.S. force ends up mopping up the screen engagement, and then the Japanese battle line has a really big problem. Because there's 28 destroyers. Yeah, they may have fired off half of their torpedoes, but 28 times 5 is an awful lot of torpedoes.
Yep.
An awful lot. And you really don't want to be a battleship that suddenly comes under fire from 4 cruisers.
No. Like, it's honestly... genuinely... that is a really interesting fight. And I would...
And Halsey's still able to keep 3 of the... or 2, at least 2 Iowas in his fleet. And several Sodaks.
Like, honestly, Cyclic, I would really love to see that fight wargamed. I'd love to see how that would turn out.
It's not going to be that dissimilar from Drax alternative.
Oh no,
battle.
I'm aware. It's just it's basically for that Yamato versus Yamato engagement, because I'd love to see how that would go.
I mean, the only difference is you probably don't end up with a lead U.S. battle wagon as mauled. Like, that's probably the only difference.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Because this notional Oregon here, I'm just because I don't want to refer to it as U.S. Yamato, is going to be like, she may take all of those same hits. She's going to emerge better from it, by and large. Just by sheer dint of bulk.
Absolutely. Right, that question was a much deeper dive.
You're 26 minutes at least over what you were wanting.
This is what happens when I get a good question. We just go. And, well done, Montana. You've made a question. You gave us a really nice, innocent question that we just jumped on and ran with. But yeah, that is the end of Ramblings. I hope you've all enjoyed. I know I certainly have. Cyclic, thanks for coming again.
You got 25 of 43 down this time.
Hey.
Not the worst ratio.
Wow, I nearly got halfway.
No, recheck your maths there, Fleet.
Oh, I did get halfway. Yippee.
Okay.
Right, thanks very much for coming, folks. I hope you've all enjoyed. Sorry I didn't get through all the YouTube or Discord questions. But this seems to be happening with more regular occurrence as we get more Ramblings viewers on YouTube and on Discord, and the questions really do start piling up. I do actually have something to announce. Before I go. I have begun work on my own official Discord server, and I do have an announcement to make regarding that. When Ramblings either reaches 100 Ramblings, or we reach 4 years of Ramblings, whichever comes first. Ramblings will be moved from the dry dock to my own official server. And of course, there'll probably be a big event for the final Ramblings in the dry dock when that happens. Just so I can manage it better, we can integrate Ruinon's mod for managing questions from YouTube into Discord, which I can't really do on this server because it's not set up for it, and I don't want to make those adjustments, which would be a massive disruption to this server, as it is Drax's server. But yeah, so there you are. That's a big bombshell announcement for you. I hope you've all had a fantastic time. Again, take care, folks, and I'll see you all next week. Bye-bye!